And welcome everyone to Overwatch Contenders Fall Series APAC. I'm G-Clev with me, the legendary Unknown. We are back as a duo for APAC, starting off day number 1. It's been a while, Unknown, and
Yeah,
I
it
missed
has
you.
been.
And I missed you, and I missed all of you guys. Now we're back with APAC Fall Series. Some great teams getting ready to go for a first match and the second match today.
Yeah, exactly. So we've been a little bit missing out on a lot of Overwatch action on the Apex side. While we have been gone, a lot of teams have been preparing a lot for the new meta, a lot of changes, and the Open Tournament has been there. So the best teams from the Open Tournament in both East Asia and the Southeast Asia regions have been handpicked and selected so that they can be contending on these fall series.
Yeah, the top four from the East and top 4 from Southeast Asia Open. And we were lucky to actually get some numbers out of that, and we see some great new players kicking into the contender. That's exactly what it's all about, having these new fresh blood coming into the tournament and see where they can actually land in about half a year or 2 years. They actually might just be in making it into the Overwatch League. That's always a potential, and it's always a great opportunity for us to actually cast their first moments into APAC Contenders. I'm very, very excited what they have got us for us, and we also now have Flashpoint. So
Exactly.
that's a
I
new
wanted to say
greatest
that.
addition. So you can say all you want about Flashpoint.
I mean, this Contenders season will be very, very exciting because, number one, we're not seeing Somber Tracer anymore. Well, maybe.
Nah.
Some teams might, but still, we have a lot of changes on the meta. We have a lot of changes on the map pools as well. As some of you may have already seen the Overwatch League, but this is going to be definitely a different look from what you've been seeing in summer. There are a lot of patches currently. This fall series will not be on the live patch. However, it will be on the August patch, which means that the patch until the armor changes will be in effect. So I guess this is going to shake up a lot of things. We will be seeing a lot of different things. Maybe I'm anticipating something like the Orisa. We've seen a lot of Sigma as well. We've seen the Torbjorn and the Bastion. We're living in a world where Bastion is actually meta here.
Yeah, main DPS picking lots of Torbjorn in the meta, like not just in certain maps, in a lot of those maps, and actually doing a pretty good job.
Exactly.
I'm having high hopes that Torbjorn, like, was there ever a meta where we actually had Torbjorn as like the main DPS? In certain points
think
on
I
the
have
map.
to go all the way back to the Overwatch Apex times, I think. But yeah, it's definitely exciting times. We also have the addition of Illari to the roster, which shakes up a lot of things. Illari, although not as strong, so it's not like a must pick, but
No, she is not a support. I'm just gonna say that already.
The Sunstone is the support and the Illari is the DPS.
Okay,
that's what I'll say.
So we're at the patch where her healing got slightly nerfed with the pylons, but even before that, she was insane.
Exactly.
So still now she was very OP. Now she's still in the. I would still pick her as like the top tier, even in the league. Let's see how many times we'll actually see her. I'm pretty sure a lot of times, as we have seen her in play from the other regions very recently.
Exactly. We also have some very interesting storylines in that as well. We will definitely kind of bring it up that later, but we have the first player that ever played Illari in competitive Overwatch on stage. Well, not on stage, but on playing today.
Yeah.
So this is something definitely that would be interesting to see. And like you said, G-Clev, especially if you look at the Overwatch League, we see a lot of talents that have been in contenders. And this is one of the greatest stages to showcase that you're able to compete at that top level.
Hey, I'm not against anything. The more experience they can get, soak it all up through different teams, through different rounds, and through different meta, different teams, and just bring it on the bigger stage. That's exactly what you want to have in the future. I can't complain at all. And that's how you become one of the greatest player, and that you can start at this level at Contenders and move on. For the schedule, it's going to be today, tomorrow, and then next Friday and Saturday. So 4 days, 3 matches every single day. And then we have like a 2-week vacation or a break. For the finals, that will be big final 2 matches. Let's see who comes out on top, because we have 2 great teams lined up for those matches coming up.
Yeah, some familiar teams as well and some new teams as well. And if you look at the format, I'll just kind of spoil it here. We have the initial matches are first to 3 format, and then on the finals it is going to be a first to 4. This is your teams that are on your screen right now. Like, you have some fan favorites like Viral and GUK and Invincible that have been playing last season as well. We definitely see some new teams in the form of Sixblow, Heaven Sent. DAF is basically cracking esports, so a lot of you'll see a lot of familiar players there.
Exactly.
Also, Four-Eyed Freaks and Fade. Those are new teams coming into Contenders, but the players that are playing on those teams are somewhat familiar.
Somewhat familiar, and you might just find somewhat familiar players from some other regions that you have seen before, and you would find yourself like, huh? Well, this player is playing in Asia Pacific now? Okay, I guess so. Yes, it did happen. As Heaven Sent, you'll see a lot of players.
Exactly.
I thought NA.
I first thought it was NA All Stars.
I actually thought there was some type of error, and then it turns out it's totally fine. And that's they're actually going to be one of the stronger teams in the tournament, as we just talked about before the broadcast too. Yeah, here's the map pool, slightly different. Could you go over the map pool?
Yeah, we definitely have a bigger map pool than the Overwatch League right now, so we'd be seeing definitely a lot of maps coming into Control. You see Busan, Ilios, Lijiang Tower, Antarctic Peninsula, and Hybrid. We go to Blizzard World, Kings Row, Midtown, Flashpoint. This is my point of interest. We only have Saravasa and Junk City. That's the only available Flashpoint modes, but we have both of them in the map pool here. Push, we have Coliseo Esperanza and New Queen Street. We also have only 3 of those in the push mode, so we have all of them. Escort, Dorado, Route 66, Shambali Monastery is coming back to the map rotation, and Circuit Royale. So we definitely see a lot of potential for a variety of compositions, because G-Club, these maps, it's not a map pool where you can have a plan A and then you can go with it for the entirety of the map pool.
It's for the players in the team. It's certainly tougher because it just requires a lot more practice to be done, a lot more homework to study against the opponent, but you just have to do it. Sometimes it makes it harder, sometimes it creates more opportunity for some creativity for the teams. So that's going to be the map pool, as we will explain over and over again, that some teams might take advantage on that. And here's the bracket. We will only go through the first 2 matches on the left top and also have the winners. So 3 matches each and every day. So no games from Barrel, Fade, DAF, and NGUK today. And this is today's schedule. 3 matches. What do you expect out of today's matches, Unknown?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to see what the new, because today's matches are more about the new teams. Well, Invincible was playing in the summer series for APAC last season, but the rest of the 3 teams are, if you just look at the team names, they are new to Contenders. I'm definitely looking to see what they bring to the table, especially teams like Sixblow, who have been on open tournament for quite a while, but actually they've been around since 2020, and this is the first time ever that they're, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that they're participating in Overwatch Contenders APAC. So this is really exciting to see what they have on the table.
Yeah, I did read that they were actually playing a lot in the open, but never was really quite able to make it into the APAC series. So this time they made it through. Let's see how far they can actually get against 4EF. That'll be the first matchup today, and then continuing with Heaven Sent versus Invincible, and the winners match between those first 2 matches that we will have.
Maybe there's a little. I think production is kind of teasing us a little bit.
I think that I am pretty sure that the AF is not on the menu today.
Yeah, today.
But here's Sixblow.
Yeah, that's Sixblow. So production kind of pulled a prank over there. They wanted to kind of see how I stutter if I get surprised, but here we go. TQQ or Roromi. That's how I'm told that we read that.
Roromi.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Max, Sakumi, and Kiru01 on the starting roster for Sixblow.
Yeah, Sakumi actually, I did watch his videos on YouTube too. So pretty popular, well known from the community. And let's see, Sixblow, they've been playing together a lot as a team, and I didn't really find too many member changes throughout those years if they were together. Kind of like Vero as maybe it's a thing for a lot of Japanese teams where they stick together and then they just continue to build on their teamwork and their mechanics.
Yeah, good point there, G-Club, because this team is a predominantly Japanese roster, which is something that is kind of rare in Overwatch Contenders right now, especially in the fall series, where you see a lot of teams that have mixed nationalities. This is a single Japanese roster. Maybe that might be the advantage for team communications and all that, but we go to Four-Eyed Freaks here. XP7, this is a big roster with XP7, Speed 75, which are familiar names. XP7 actually has been an SLT in Contenders Korea, and Speed 75, a part of OUA Esports. Rui has been a part of Far East Society, so there is a lot of experience in this roster in terms of Contenders experience.
Yeah, exactly. And Speed 75 also a part of Team Indonesia, I believe, and had some Tracer God moments during those matches. I still remember to this day. Was contesting against the best Tracers in the league many times and was able to come up on top. Expecting a lot of that. Well, in the different meta. So, expecting a lot of different heroes to come out from this player, along with a lot of other DPS ready to go whenever they need, I guess. This is certainly one of the biggest rosters that we've had.
I think this is really interesting to see because the flexibility in the hero pool may be the key to unlocking Six Blow in what is a very versatile meta here. And also, something that I really want to point out is that Four-Eyed Freaks have 3 Korean players on the roster. Yes, of course, Overshake is dual nationality with Korea, Singapore. So, but I think that predominantly since this is a fairly new roster with a lot of new pieces, I think sharing a single nationality may be very key to the team communications, which may be crucial
communication, especially at desperate times when everything's on the line in just a couple of seconds. Communication can be an issue in all types of esports, actually. So I wonder how well the communication is going to go between all the players. It does seem like Indonesia, Singapore, Korea mixed in this team for Four-Eyed Freaks. So let's see how this goes. First map will be up selected will be Busan Control.
So a thing about the map selection here is that first map is going to be always set by the comp ops team, but the loser will be able to choose the next map. So it's also going to be very interesting to see because there's such a huge map pool here, and also, especially for Four-Eyed Freaks, there are so many players that you can rotate around. So kind of looking at how they change the strategy with each map and how the series goes is also going to be very interesting to see.
We might have a headache trying to trace and keep track of who's playing on which map because they have such a big roster on DPS. But here we go.
So, Four-Eyed Freaks goes with the Overwatch League composition with the Junker Queen and the Bastion Symmetra. And they're actually, wow.
Oh, actually flanked really well from the side and taking down early Gume.
So Four-Eyed Freaks composition is all about mobility because you have the shout from the Junker Queen, you have the speed boost from the Lucio, and you also have the TP from the Symmetra as well. So outmaneuvering your opponents is key, and Four-Eyed Freaks is taking it to full effect because they are winning the first and second fights here, and they capped the first point.
Yeah, Six Blow already changing back into Orisa as Genji can shake up a thing, but in terms of the comp, like Four-Eyed Freaks, they are going to be staying together, which will make things very hard for that Genji to actually make some play.
So Six Blow started with a roster, with a composition with a Sigma, but they swapped immediately to a Brawly kind type with the Orisa here. I think this is going to be the traditional matchup that we've been seeing a lot in the Overwatch League, the Orisa versus the Junker Queen. It kind of is a little bit in Orisa's favor. However, if Four-Eyed Freaks is able to outmaneuver like they did in the first few fights, then they actually have a chance of winning. And also, that since they didn't change their composition, unlike Six Blows, they have the ult advantage, so they have to snowball from there.
Yeah, here's that max DPS. Torbjorn still alive and well taken care of. That Orisa was trying to take some part of the control point, but just not enough DPS, not at the right place. Six Blow still being pushed all the way
that
back.
Bastion ult to zone out Six Blow, and and it's working out because Sixplo is having a hard time just to get their feet on the point.
Already 61% for White Freaks as Genji. A blade was coming soon, but
the captive sun is there, but there's no follow-up damage to actually detonate. Rui is on a killing streak, 5-player killing streak here, and wow, how did the point flip? The point is on Sixplo now, but members are falling left and right, so it looks like Four-Eyed Freaks is going to take that point back.
Soldier did get 1 kill from the visor, but that is just it. And it does feel like some crucial ults were already used. With having very low synergy together from Sixplo.
It has to be the Terra Surge plus the Dragon Blade combination for Sixplo to make anything happen here, because Four-Eyed Freaks have their ults of their own. They have the Rampage, they have the Sound Barrier, they have... oh wow, their early aggression from Rui there makes sure that Sixplo cannot take their tempo, and Terra Surge already used, but to no effect!
Yeah, Bastion finally brought down, but still...
The Photon Barrier used to make sure that no follow-up damage does any actual damage to Four-Eyed Freaks. Yes, the Bastion did fall, but the point is now in Four-Eyed Freaks' favor, and overtime is burning down, and that is first point to Four-Eyed Freaks. What a performance.
Just keeping everything in control, and sometimes the point was flipped, but it was actually because they were too busy pushing the front line forward, which means they were actually well kept together as a team. They're not really willing to be separate, as there was a Genji who actually did nothing in that first point, very surprisingly. It does seem like Sixplo, they need to change it up big time.
Well, right now for Sixplo, they are seemingly going to the Bastion as well, so it's going to be a very similar composition except the tanks and the supports. Sixplo does have poke advantage because they have the Illari and the Baptiste, so they need to use this to their advantage if they want a chance to win, because right now it looks like in the team fights, Four-Eyed Freaks is actually better at target acquisition and target focus. Yeah. So they need to get something out of the poke here.
Yes, also winning a lot of those neutral fights starting from the beginning. Keeping the exact same comp. Sixplo, starting with the Orisa Bastion now. We'll be able to put out some decent DPS. Let's see, the neutral fight still pushing the light. Jungkook seems pretty safe in the front.
So Sixplo want to be very careful in their approach here because Max is perilously low. Okay, they do count first point, so that is a good start for them. The lamp is there to keep Rui alive on the Four-Eyed Freak side of things. Rui on very low. Will they be able to... Oh, Oversheik falls. Baromi finally showing why he picked that Genji here, and Sixplo finally having a foothold on this game.
Sixplo really coming in clutch, as did like their push, as Orisa did not go too far into the front line. Thought, okay, we need to fall back and regroup, which is exactly what happened. Jungkook might have stepped a little bit over the line, and that's when 4EF started to fall apart.
I really like the change from Four-Eyed Freaks here because they understand that they're getting too much damage before they even get to fight up close. So they are matching the poke with XP7's Sojourn, hoping that they can actually take a pick before the support line of Sixplo can do enough damage to them.
The window was up early. Sixplo, his own window. Nothing else really following up, as Four-Eyed Freaks still in the back, trying to get minimum damage before they get some potential with the ultimates.
The important thing here is that the point is still in the favor of Sixplo, and so Four-Eyed Freaks has to gut to them. And they're taking accumulative damage as they approach. So this is a great strategy from Sixplo right now. I think the only change was the Bastion here, but it's working out perfectly because yes, Four-Eyed Freaks need to be in Sixplo's faces, but Sixplo is, hey, if you want to come to us, you need to pay the toll, and that's going to be your health bar.
Yeah, exactly. Four-Eyed Freaks having a tough time coming back into the point, but they had gathered a lot of their ultimates near that 90% mark.
Yes,
so that's coming
95.
real soon.
This is final fight territory. Four-Eyed Freaks need to touch. They did. And they have to use the sound barrier just to keep themselves alive.
Okay, catch from DPS from Four-Eyed Freaks. All the ultimates coming online. And this should be a flip, and they should be good to go. 6 Blow, I think they're ready to give this one up a little bit. As some ults used, only Genji. Genji's Dragon Blade, but everything else seems like it's okay. As still, they do have 99% this time.
Yeah, so one team fight win for 6 Blows means that it's going to be final fight territory, and maybe even a potential win for the point here. However, 4-Eyed Freaks have their ults of their own. I think it's going to be the Dragon Blade and the Kitsune Rush combined, but not if Rui dies full first, and there's the Terra Surge. And this is going to be a flip for 6 Blows, and maybe this is going to be round 2 in the favor of 6 Blows here.
Unless XP7 can do something amazing, but by herself, oh, that's not going to be possible as everyone else already fall.
The rush is there, but there's no bodies to touch the point. Maybe
there's one more touch with the Tracer.
It's only delaying the inevitable here as everyone falls on the side of 4-Eyed Freaks, and 6 Blows match the round points. So it's 1-1 here on Busan.
Yeah, 1-1 apiece. 6 Blow fell pretty rough in the very first point, but sort of the other way, as you have mentioned the difference in comp. 4-Eyed Freaks was trying to catch up later on by changing the DPS, and then maybe it's time to bring out that Orisa. It seems like Rui's Jungle Queen did work really well first, but after that it was mostly Max actually keeping up that tank line.
So what's really interesting is that in Sanctuary, yes, 6 Blow Max did kind of swap to the Orisa a little bit later, but still, 4-Eyed Freaks, if you consider the matchup between the Junker Queen and the Orisa, I personally think that Orisa has the upper hand. However, in Sanctuary, 4-Eyed Freaks, like, snowballing their ult advantage kind of won despite that matchup. However, in Mecha Base, it looks like the Orisa comp is finally showing why it's actually a counter to the Junker Queen composition. And 4-Eyed Freaks, they're still going with the Junker Queen. This is very interesting.
Yeah, Junker Queen, okay, but compared to Orisa and what she's capable of in the front, I mean, Orisa can protect your team so much more compared to what Junker Queen can. Okay, already. Sakume, this player has been getting a lot of kills as a support already. Iliari having some fantastic moments.
So this is what I've been mentioning here, because 4-Eyed Freaks, it's a very mobile comp. You have the Symmetra, you have the Lucio, you have the Junker Queen. So what's all about mobility is that you want to outmaneuver and you want to be in their faces as soon as possible. But 6 Blows, 6 Blow is really playing this very cleverly because they're poking. So I'm repeating myself again, but before 4-Eyed Freaks even gets into a range that they're comfortable of fighting, 6 Blows making their namesake and throwing blows even before 4-Eyed Freaks can actually be in an actual team fight. So 4-Eyed Freaks, so they know that this Junker Queen is not working now, and they also converted to the Orisa comp. The question is it too late? Because meaning that if you change comps, you'll be behind on ultimates, and it's very, very difficult to be, you know.
Yeah, that plus 50+%, 60% already for 6 Blow. They're keeping this up online. Unless they do bring you down.
There is the tactical visor. No kills, but it's zoning out. Oh, actually, there is that kill on XP7. So it is yet to be another turn. They have to reset once again. Timer at 76%. It's almost reaching final fight territory already for 4-Eyed Freaks.
Yeah, 4-Eyed Freak, they tried to push all the line onto the plaza, but it was just not possible as Rui was having a tough time being healed from the back line. And some ultimates coming online. Here it is, Captain Sun. And bringing Genji down. Will that be possible with just one down? They need to get the point.
Yeah, 95, so they do have to make that flip, or else it is going to be game over.
Brought down before that damage.
Surge on Max is there, no kills. A lot of members down on the side of 6 Blow, so it looks like 4-Eyed Freaks maybe actually make the flip happen, and they do. But it was, boy, G-Clef, this was an expensive fight for 4-Eyed Freaks.
Yeah, it was. To bring down Rui before that hit, I think 6 Blow used a lot of their resources, most of their damage actually on Orisa, allowing a lot of room for 4-Eyed Freaks to come back and make the play. Still, XP7 getting a little aggressive
XP7
there.
out, poked by Sakume there. This is going to be very crucial because this buys time for Sixblow to get that ultimate because a lot of their ultimates are going to be online, like the Captain Sun. The window is already out there, and TQQ's tactical visor is almost ready. XP7 was a crucial casualty on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks there. Again, the bomb is going to be denied for the final fight here, baby.
It might be it, as a lot of the members from Four-Eyed Freaks having a tough time coming back into the point. Here's a full... The power of the sun, Sakume. Actually, okay, did get Genji, but that's a good trade. Speed 75 actually wins that duel.
Captive Sun not having any value at all here as well, but the flip was there, and they Four-Eyed Freaks have to touch. This is going to be desperation fight. XP7 finally uses that bomb, but will it be enough?
Seems like Four-Eyed Freaks, they're actually grabbing a few kills, so this fight might be possible with Overshake healing it up, also providing some damage. So there is that flip. Finally, Sixblow. They did use a lot of their ultimates within the last few minutes. So there might be another chance for Four-Eyed Freaks to actually keep this point on.
Yeah, Speed 75 was the savior of the Four-Eyed Freaks here because I saw the kill feeds, and Speed 76 was there to make the crucial kills happen. And TQQ expended his tactical visor, so only the Terra Surge and maybe the Dragon Blade ready for Sixblows here. So it looks like almost unlosable here, but Sixblows, if they lose in one more fight, they might actually lose this map here.
It's going to be real close as the ultimate's coming online now for both sides. Window up.
Terra Surge on both sides, but Dragon Blade only from the side of Four-Eyed Freaks. This may be that early aggression is the key. Four-Eyed Freaks, they're making it happen. This was what 99-0, and their comeback is unreal.
Hell no, and I have to say that this is going to be Four-Eyed Freaks taking the game and the map. Plus, I will already select an MVP, to be honest. I will actually put Speed 75 as the MVP.
Well, definitely for Busan,
already.
at least in downtown, I can't disagree with that. That Genji play was phenomenal. I mean, we've seen, like I said, XP7, this player and Speed 75, they have been players that have been playing in like a previous contender season, and they're actually proving that this experience may be the difference in this matchup here.
Yeah, exactly. And also, losing your DPS early on, actually twice. XP7 was lost on the rooftop and plus on the way to the fight. So that's at least about 40 plus seconds gone from the battlefield. And within that time, Speed 75 got super low to below single digit HP. A couple of times was still able to survive, draw all the attention away from the tank, but never die within those times. So Speed 75 also providing damage whenever there was Shuriken and plus the Genji Blade. Maybe that Shuriken buff a while ago was able to provide some extra plus for that Genji, who was already powerful.
I'm really impressed with Four-Eyed Freaks' decision making here because especially in the last fight in downtown, they knew that both Therisas had Terra Surge, and there was a very slim window where Speed 75 only had Blade, and Roromia was close to Blade but didn't have Blade. So Four-Eyed Freaks caught that opportunity very, very keenly, and they pulled the trigger earlier. So they actually used that window to secure that victory. And I think that's good ultimate usage and good ult discipline. And also, for Sixblows, maybe it's a little bit, I'm being a little bit too harsh here, but they had the opportunity to actually close out this map because they were ahead in the ult economy. So, but I think credit to Four-Eyed Freaks because they had a very slim window, but they used it to full effect.
All they needed was Orisa, and then the team comp, it was 99-0, and then they ended up winning the 0%, got the 100%, and that was only the first map. And when we come back, we'll have a short break. When we come back, we'll have that map number 2. And welcome back, everyone, to APAC Fall Series. And we are here getting ready for that second map. It is going to be hybrid. We don't know which one exactly yet, but of course, yeah, that'll be actually favoring with this roster, going back to the roster of DPS, the DPS roster for 4EF, because they have such a huge roster for the DPS, actually 5 players ready to go. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters whichever map the opponent chooses. Okay, with this map, you go. This map, I go. This map, you play with this comp. I'm pretty sure that should be ready to go. And for 6Blow, having a solid set roster, because we do have a couple of other teams with just 5 men, right? Let's keep up this story because we have such a big map pool here for the fall series. Let's see if that comes to bite them, or maybe it helps them even more having similar comp with just five people, not really changing up too much in terms of the teamwork that they will provide through the fall series. And the point I was trying to make was the 4 freaks, they're just going to be ready whichever map the opponent chooses.
Pretty much. I think it's also going to be very interesting to see what map. Oh, there it is, Midtown. So this is going to be 6Blow's pick. I think that by picking Midtown, they still think that they're ready to go against the Orisa duel, because Midtown is a map that Orisa is very prominent in and used a lot in as well. So we'll be seeing, I expect to see a lot of Orisa, Bastion, and the Symmetra again, maybe a little bit of Sojourn or Soldier 76 in the mix-up. And I also think that 6Blow thinks they're also okay to go with the Ilari and Baptiste again, because especially on point A, point B, maybe even on point C, all these are viable. So if they wanted to go to another matchup, maybe they wanted to go somewhere like, I guess, if they want maybe Numbani or something like that. But by picking Midtown, I think that they're still confident in their ability to win that matchup.
Yeah, this is more of how much you can actually hold, and also when you start pushing, it's going to be coming in effect when you have that window up, especially for 6Blow. So we have kind of swapped side on top. Now 6Blow on the right, as you can see, paused. Which I'm sure that's not the issue.
I blame that bird.
So
that shouldn't have happened. So that's why it's pausing.
So I blame the pizza, because the bird cannot eat the pizza.
Why not?
I'm not a bird.
Birds can't eat pizza?
I'm not a bird. I don't know exactly. But I'm pretty sure they can't eat pizza, can they?
Well, I mean, they can. It's a problem of what happens after that.
Oh, yes.
I mean, it is New York, right? You know, some birds might evolve in New York. I've been in New York, so I've seen a lot of pizza.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of pigeons too. But I don't exactly know what they eat. But we'll see.
Yeah, we don't know what's actually going on the scenes right now. But maybe I think that due to being on the tournament being online, maybe a little bit of technical issues here, maybe ping issues. But we're confident that we'll be able to be back in no time. I'm interested to see that both teams were hovering Sigma here. Sigma is also very viable in this map as well. I've also saw a little bit of the Hanzo and Ash. And
we'll see. We're getting word that we're having an issue from 4EF side slightly, so maybe it'll take some time. Hopefully not too long, until we go back into that Midtown. But
hey, I mean, more time for us, I guess.
More time for us, as we did skip a few patches because we were here for the summer series and then it's fall series. It's been about 3 months, 2.5 months to be exact, and but still through a lot of patches, because for the summer series we actually played in the previous patch. So we actually skipped about 3-4 patches.
Yeah, so about like 4 patches, I think.
And then I'm also informed that we next week we're actually going back into the live patch.
Yeah, so starting from September 18th, which is next week, we go to the live patch. But that's not important because we live in the present, not the future. And the game is ready to go. And like I mentioned here, 4EF is ready for a lot of poke, because all 5 heroes on the side of 4-Eyed Freaks is able to poke. And this is going to be the opposite of Busan here. So 6blow wants to be the one that actually... Well, they do have their poke of their own because they have the Ilari and the Baptiste as well. But to me, it seems like 4-Eyed Freaks is like, hey, you know, you try to, you know, toll us with your health bars when you guys kind of came in. We're gonna do the same to you.
Yeah, this just means that the moment you peek out a little bit, the moment one comes down from either from the air, from the ground, it's all gonna be over with this many pokes.
It is a little bit concerning on the side of 4-Eyed Freaks in that the barrier from both Sigmas is going to be a little bit different because Bastion just rolls through Sigma's barrier. Well, yes, Hanzo is also a good barrier breaker. However, it's not to the speed of TQQ, who, by the way, just fell by a headshot, none other than the Hanzo here. Speed 75. I initially introduced this player as a flex DPS. I mean, yes, Hanzo is a projectile, but wow.
Yeah, Speed 75 was known for a lot more hit scan damage, but since XP7 is actually holding that position, yeah, coming in clutch as whichever DPS. Another headshot here as they are just going.
They are denying access to the subway at all in this map of New York here. Wow, 6blow. Right now, it looks like they need to farm some ults before they can even try to enter here.
I think it all depends. It's 6blow. When that Echo ultimate comes online, it'll take some time though because they just got totaled in a couple of minutes ago. Actually switching side, trying to come flank from the other side of the street.
Ultimate slowly getting online on both sides. The Captive Sun may be the key for 6blow here, but 4-Eyed Freaks, they are just a sliver away from that Gravitic Flux, which may be the key for that defense as well.
Yeah, coming from the side, sort of scanned from the Sonic. And there's a mini stun onto Max. Can we really hold it up? A lot of ultimates coming online. The Dragon not really hitting the key.
They already baited out the lamp, so the Gravitic Flux is going to be very deadly here. Yes, no answering trades from the side of 6blow here, and it's going to be an entire wipe and a reset for the side of 6blow. 4 ults used on the side of 4-Eyed Freaks here, so maybe a window of opportunity for 6blow in the next turn.
4-4-2, which is not a bad sign because you're trying to hold the points for the longest time possible. 6blow. Let's see if it's possible with the 3 along with Max's ultimate coming real soon.
However, 6blows need to do something quick because the time is ticking here and is sub 1 minute on the timer here. So they need to do something really
Starting
quick.
with Bastion.
Good Bastion.
But Echo just went down before the ult. Is it enough for them to push?
Good Gravitic Flux to have 2.
Let's catch Hanzo.
It looks like 6blow should be able to take Captain's Point here, but however, we do need to look at it a little bit more. Bastion taking down this barrier, but nothing more. But Roromi with on the Echo making those finishes happen, and 6blows on sub 30 seconds on the clock. Finally, it looks like they're going to cap point A.
Yeah, because the spawn's much faster for 6blow, they end up getting the point eventually, but still. Man, that was very close. 4EF was almost able to full hold on this map.
Yeah, like I said, G-Clef, 4-Eyed Freaks on that turn right before this one, they used 4 ultimates, so they were at an ultimate disadvantage. So maybe if they had a little bit more better, I guess, ult discipline, things might have been a little bit different. However, 6blows, that also means that even though if they lost that previous fight, they saved their ults, and it's a good sign that they did not use their ults in a losing fight. So maybe some sliver of hope here.
But still now, 6blow, they got some extra time to push on to the payload now.
7 with the double kill here.
Oh, man.
I wanted to highlight this player here because there's a very fun kind of story on this player. When this player was on SLT and they were playing on the open division in Korea, some of their opponents actually asked the comp ops team to check his computer because he was so good.
Oh, because he was so good? Well, Kind of reminds me of a lot of the players, but here, XP7 certainly doing a lot better compared to Busan that we just had. Full ultimates online. And here we go. Sigma copied. Sigma side.
Copied, but instantly killed. So back to the Echo form here. Rui very
Bombs
low, but
out.
the lamp and the healing sustains. So it's going to be an extended fight. But already ults, a lot of ults used on both sides. Oh,
the Dragon Strike
Dragon
catching
from
two.
Speed
And
75.
3! Speed 75, Dragon Strike. Dragon Strike usually doesn't kill that many.
Yeah, usually it's used to zone out players for positional advantage. But hey, if you can make kills happen, I'm not going to complain about it.
Yeah,
but
that came in from the blind spot, catching a lot of the members. Speed 75. He's making Hanzo work
Speed 75 has definitely something with the Shimada brothers here, because in Busan he was really proficient with the Genji, and now he's showing great performances on the Hanzo here. And 4i Freaks, I think this comp is actually working really well, because the damage output of this poking comp is really.
Genji just got headshotted again. Speed 75 with those. He can make everything work.
Yeah, because 6 blows, they're getting picked out one by one before they even have a chance to actually use their ults and do an actually a formal team fight.
Yeah, at least they're. It seemed like they were pushing until the choke point where 4i Freaks, where they can actually have Hanzo climbing back up and down all the time, shooting the arrow, climbing back down. This guy cannot be seen. He's a real ninja.
Final fight territory. They need to touch.
Rumi gets
Rumi
stunned.
touches, but gets very low, but does not get eliminated.
The pokes from XP7 pretty good too. Not really caring about Genji. And
No
can't really do
casualties
too much
on
alone.
either side yet. The captive sun there, but will there be any follow-up damage? I don't think so, but still, 4i Freaks on a very advantageous position because they have both the high ground and the corners here.
Dragon Strike from TQQ. Can this work? Pushing that towards the back.
Down, but a lot of damage output gone from the side of 6 blows. Only 2 members remaining. Max and Kiru 01. Will they be able to make a heroic turnaround? Maybe they do! Because there's only 3 members on the side of 4i Freaks now.
Max?
The bomb is there, however. Oh no, XP7.
Oh,
wow,
not a
what
point for
a
the final
fight.
moment. What a fight. It almost seemed like to me also that they were able to grab the win against Max and Kiru and take it back, because they also had Bop on point, which I think was another harassment towards the other side. That was close, but that wasn't much of a push, to be honest. I thought they would go slightly further, but
Oh, this dragon.
yeah, came from the blind spot.
Well, I mean, I think Speed 75 did have vision from the Sonic Arrow. However, like you said, G-Clef, on this, in 6 blows point of view, it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's why you always have to have extra camera or extra mirror on your car side mirror. Sometimes you just try to go left and right, and there's an extra car there without noticing. That's the Hanzo ability. You can just Speed 75 with the Sonic, you can just scan and just shoot that Dragon Strike whenever you need.
So the interesting part about 4i Freaks here is that they forced 6 blow. They poked out 6 blow so much to the point that 6 blow did not have any chance of fighting on their terms unless they were at a massive ult advantage. So maybe like that one fight where they had point A was the only actual fight that 6 blow was advantaged for, and that was because the poke damage from 4i Freaks was so high to the point that 4i Freaks was always at an advantage in the team fights.
Yep. Oh no, isn't this already a pretty good sign for 4i Freaks to actually keep up that poking comp, but actually going back to Symmetra Bastion for maximum damage? 6 blow actually coming up with the Hanzo. Trying to stall the point.
Well, the poke composition, although it's also viable on attack, it's not as effective on the attack as well, because you have, in defense, you have the corners where you have like very singular vision, where you have a line of sight of the opponent, but they don't. But it's the other way around on the attack side, when you are on the attack side of things. So they're going back to the Junker Queen mobile comp, where you can TP around their defenses, and also 6 blow. This is not the most mobile comp on the defense side of things.
Oh, there's a headshot. Pretty nice one from TQQ to start things off.
Yeah, so again, this is another deja vu of Busan where Four-Eyed Freaks, they want to outmaneuver Six Blow. But Six Blow, they have the poking advantage now. So they want to do exactly what Four-Eyed Freaks did to them on their defense.
Yeah, but this time Four-Eyed Freaks actually pushing them real hard, getting all the way, pushing them all the way into the point.
They did lose their Symmetra early on, but already they had the real estate advantage here, and it looks like it is going to be point cap A on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks. Six Blow, yes, they're going to be in a dilemma now because Max is 79% on the Gravitic Flux, but will they want to swap to the Orisa here? Because Orisa looks like it's going to be the answer to this Junker Queen comp, and they know that this is the answer. Because they experienced this on Busan.
Yeah, Six Blow, they did have some respawn coming back, stalling some good time, but still, compared to what they were able to have when they started pushing was about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, 4EF already having 4 and 30. And let's see this Widow if he can land any headshots.
I mean, even with the Widowmaker nerfs and it like a single headshot from long range does not take out a single 200 HP target, like just threatening and keeping that pressure will be enough because the comp of Four-Eyed Freaks, their objective is to close the distance, and by threatening for them to back out, they have all the space they need for the other members of the team, Four-Eyed Freaks.
Yeah, look at these plays. That's a pretty good Sigma there, but still not enough to actually grab the kill because of that shield from Lucio. Four-Eyed Freaks keeping everyone alive, keeping all 5, and actually getting the point early. That teleport into Bastion really just went straight into the teleport. And that was just it. Bastion had no chance of doing extra damage, and I think the time left were still over 4 minutes on that map.
So even if they lost that fight, they still had a pretty good chance that they would cap. And Four-Eyed Freaks, I think they have a better understanding of each composition right now. So like playing a composition and understanding it are two different things, because you have a win condition and you have you kind of figure out how to achieve those kind of win conditions, right? So even if you play the same composition, how you approach your composition is kind of like sorry, I'm kind of out of words because Four-Eyed Freaks is so good. But how they approach towards their win conditions is just showing how good their understanding of the game is right now.
Yeah, especially when they had the chance, the slightest window of going in. Okay, I see the Bastion. He seems like he's alone, and let's just go in and kill and escape right after that because we have better cover. That was exactly what Four-Eyed Freaks was able to do. I mean, Six Blow, they're not having a tough. They're actually having somewhat of a tough time pushing and also defending. But I think with the upcoming map later on, Flashpoint actually could be their chance to actually reverse sweep if it's possible. But Four-Eyed Freaks, certainly, as you said, it seems to be like they're having a good time right now, along with map number 1 and 2. All their plays, most of them, the poking works, and the team comp that they use from Busan is also working on the second map. I mean, unless it's broken, I think they can just keep this up, as we're actually going to be going on to another short break before we come back for that map number 3, Flashpoint, coming up next. Hey everyone, welcome back to Fall Series APAC. We're in the middle of these two teams fighting, but certainly the score is not 1-1 yet because it is 2-0 for Four-Eyed Freaks, and they're doing a fantastic job. They had some moments though. They had some moments where things could have flipped towards Explo, but certainly the score is not saying that yet.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now, Four-Eyed Freaks, yes, like you said, G-Clef, they do have a little bit of issues. Maybe a little bit more on Busan than Midtown. They have a little bit of hiccups on their ult usage, ult discipline a little bit. But it seems like right now they have a better hold of the meta than Sixplo right now. Sixplo, however, I think they do have a chance to come back, especially now that this map 3 is going to be Flashpoint. I think that they might have to go try their own version of the Junker Queen composition if they can do it. If not, I think they might. If they can't play the Junker Queen composition, then they definitely have to go to the Orisa comp, because if we look at Busan, that is the composition that they looked a lot more comfortable with, especially compared to that Sigma composition that we saw in Midtown.
Yeah, the Sigma composition did not really work as well, as we are going into new Junk City for Flashpoint, as some really cool music kicking in.
My first time casting Flashpoint.
I'm happy. We'll be seeing a lot of Flashpoint as one of the newest mode, of course, in game. As I've been having a lot of fun on this mode too. Oh, a lot of the other fun too.
New Junk City, like Flashpoint in its nature, it has 5 control points. This is basically an extended version of Control.
It is.
And since you don't know which control point you're going to have to go against next, you're going to have to control next. Speed and maneuvering is key to this map type. So this is why I think the Junker Queen composition, despite like in a matchup, losing to the Orisa composition is even better in this map. So, but okay, I'm definitely not expecting the Roadhog to be here, but if you just swap that to the Junker Queen, then that is the default composition that I am expecting to see on New Junk City. And Sixplo, they are definitely going to with the Orisa here, which I don't think is bad, but at the same time, it lacks the maneuverability that is needed to go from point to point.
Yeah, on top of that, having Lucio with the speed boost for 40F, along with Symmetra. So, as you can see already, yeah, that movement will be the key for Flashpoint. Sixplo already.
Surprisingly, Sixplo is going to be the first team that is going to be taking position on Arena. Just a little bit of extra explanation here. The first control point is always going to be Arena, and the rest of the control points are going to be random spawn.
So it'll be after that. After this point, you do have to watch as Rue actually in the front to take a lot of damage, half down.
The lamp down early on, so that is going to be positional advantage on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks. However, the first cap will be on the side of Sixplo. Remember, G-Clef, on this map type, the timer goes much quicker than Control, and this is going to be that's a good TP. I don't think Sixplo expected this. Their utility's all out. Their tank is gone, so this is going to be a wipe on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks, and they are going to make that flip happen.
Yeah, Sixplo. This is certainly not a comp where they can actually just take a TP right into your face and make it work, because they do have Orisa, but in terms of speed, as we mentioned already, you're not going to be defending from all sides. It's really tough, as you saw from the screen. Speed 75 trying to decide, do we go left, do we go right, which one's better at which angle. And it worked once. If this keeps on working, I mean, Sixplo, they're going to be having a very tough time with this comp.
Sixplo have a lot of ultimates in store. There is that Captain Sun with the window there.
Oh, is it a waste? A few more shots, but
it does hit a few members, but no follow-up damage for the kills here. So this is going to be a neutral fight once again, and now, but this time, Four-Eyed Freaks have ultimates of their own. The photon barrier is going to be online. The sound barrier is already online, and Are there how many ultimates is each team going to invest? The sound barrier is already there.
Okay, early.
I don't think this is a good idea. Oh, but Roromi is down. I was about to mention that after that sound barrier, it was the prime time for Roromi to use that Dragon Blade, but not if he's already dead. So this is going to be first point for Four-Eyed Freaks.
So my question is, how in the world Rui picking up that many kills? Of course, a lot of damage members from 6Blow, but still, actually catching the kill that many times with Junker Queen, as we have seen from different maps, it's quite interesting. As on the other side, of course, 6Blow, they're still holding on to it. They didn't really waste those ults actually before going down. So at least for the next fight, they'll have a lot more ultimate advantage here.
So it looks like the next point is bomb flats, if I'm not mistaken.
Going all the way back here.
6Blows, they need to, because they didn't have the chance to use their DPS ultimates here, they need to use this right now, and they need to secure first cap, because first cap is so important in Flashpoint, because the timer ticks so quickly.
Yeah, that tactical visor did not provide too much. But for 6Blow, window up for Berlin. Four-Eyed Freaks, can they make it work? Oh,
window out for both
Liari
sides,
lost.
but it is Four-Eyed Freaks once again profiting. And Roromi is down. This blade has been online for a while, and it hasn't been used. And Four-Eyed Freaks takes point once again. So this is a very big concern for 6Blow right now, because Roromi has been having Blade for a while. Not just for a while, because he had Blade when Overshake on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks had Sound Barrier, and Sound Barrier was used, and it's almost up again. So they definitely need to use this ultimate before Four-Eyed Freaks can have any defensive measures online.
Yeah, unless you make a heroic play alone with the Genji's Dragon Blade, which is very tough against the combo of Four-Eyed Freaks, as Rampage will be available and a few others coming online real soon, like the Proton from C75.
54% if they lose.
Where are you?
Might be final.
They're taking a lot of. Okay, they're taking too much time here. There it is. Barriers up.
Oh my!
Little too aggressive alone. That almost hit 3 members, I believe. The Genji Dragon Blade up, but without the team members catching a lot. But is it enough? The barrier is up here for Four-Eyed Freaks, and no point given to 6Blow whatsoever.
Yeah.
All the ultimates used.
All the ultimate use, and maybe a few kills here and there, but in the end, this is an objective game where you have to capture the objective. But
That's 2-0 now.
The bright side is that it's going to be ducked for the next point, and 6Blow will be there quicker than Four-Eyed Freaks. However, if you look at the ultimates here, it is going to be window available for Four-Eyed Freaks first again, and then it's also going to be the Bastion ult available again. So even though if 6Blow have positional advantage, they can use the Bastion ult to just flush out 6Blow from their advantageous positions.
Yeah, you can actually start with the artillery and try to poke the back line first, and then go into the point. As 6Blow, they already have the advantage.
The window is there.
Some damage provided, and actually got Baptiste on the back.
Yes, 6Blow did get first cap. However, members falling from Four-Eyed Freaks means that... members falling from 6Blow means that Four-Eyed Freaks will be able to flip that in 22%, and that is actually just a blink. You can just get 22% on a blink on Flashpoint here.
Yeah, to respawn and come back to a point, which is actually... I think it's actually somewhat closer to 6Blow, at least. So it's not as bad, but it still takes about 25 seconds plus to have your entire team come back. And now already 32 for Four-Eyed Freaks. Of course, nothing really online other than a couple of ultimates.
The Bastion ultimate and the window going to be available for 6Blow. So this is almost the identical situation, except of that
artillery poke.
Identical situation that Four-Eyed Freaks were having.
Oh, got Bastion.
Got Bastion. That is the start. So they need to start
5v4
aggression here.
Can you actually make this work a little further? Max has been doing a fantastic job in the front. Orisa, your sticky Q.
The window was open, but everyone on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks
still alive.
fell
Immortality
downstairs.
field. Keeping it up.
The point was given up, but no casualties on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks, so they actually do have a chance to fight back. The sound barrier and the photon barrier will be online very soon. The Terra Surge from 6blows might be the only thing that they might use against it, but they don't need it because TQQ is grinding 4-Eyed Freaks into pieces.
Yeah, Max and a couple of members from the bottom actually pressured all the members of 4EF, really making it hard for them to position. They kept up. It almost seemed like XP7 could have come back within that time, but I think he was considering changing his hero already.
So this was actually a very crucial win for 6blows because last fight they weren't in a clear ult advantage. However, this fight, this is final fight territory for Ducks here. However, 6blows has all the ultimates that they need. They didn't even need it for the fight because 4EF was too late to come to the point. Yes, they can even afford to lose this fight because they already took that point, and the cherry on top, they won that fight, so they will be having positional advantage for the next point as well. 6blow, it's finally online in this game.
Yeah, it almost seemed like at that point, 6blow was around 90+%. 4EF, they were saying, okay, do we just keep the ultimates for the next fight? We're already leading 2-0 in Flashpoint. Only a few used. Both supports and also Jungle King keeping that ultimate for the next point.
Yes, 6blow did win the last fight. However, spawn was advantageous for 4-Eyed Freaks, so they will be in Junkyard first. It looks like the window was expended first. Not a lot of value, but it is enough to zone out. No! Okay, as soon as I said that,
What a shot.
XP7 used the window to take out Kuro. So 6blows will be having to reset.
Yeah, that rampage is there, but didn't really hit too much. It was not even needed. Speed 75, just slashing and dashing again. And starting off the third point, if they take one more, that is going to be it.
So 6blow, Roromi has the Dragon Blade, but 4EF has Overshake has the sound barrier to counter it. So it's going to be if you're at the point of 6blow's point of view, they need to bait out the sound barrier with either the blade or the Terra Surge. And after the sound barrier is expended, they need to use the other ult to make those kills happen. But Roromi taking a neutral kill. This is good news for 6blow. They need to pull the trigger now.
So in return, Speed 75 tried to do the same. Was not able to do it. So
Oh,
their
that is
barrier
the sound
early up.
barrier. They didn't even use the Terra Surge nor the Dragon Blade. So the Dragon Blade is there, but
Here's Roromi's Dragon Blade trying to catch extra, but it's onto the Jungle King. Takes some time. TQ. Okay, DPS doing some work. Overshake actually catches that shoulder. Can you hold it? Point flipped, but all the members
Terra
gone.
Surge not taking much value. So yes, they did have an ult advantage here, but members they have less members. And it is 93%, so this is going to be last fight territory on the side of 6blow. This is going to be desperation for survival here. If they lose this map, they lose this match, and they have no way to touch 4EF. They win with a convincing 3-0 win against 6blow.
Yeah, with some points given on all three maps. It wasn't perfect with 0 scores, 1-2, 1-2, and 1-3. If you take all the map 1, 2, and 3, but we've explained and we've said it enough as how strong this team can be and the amount of talent already that we have seen on 3 maps only. I think this team is going to be among the top few teams out of Apex this season already.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we do have our tournament favorites, Feral, and also we have Heaven Sent that we kind of routed as our pre-tournament favorites. However, it looks like 4-Eyed Freaks may, if they just kind of cover some of the issues that we mentioned a little bit before, they have the talent to be on that level.
Yeah, certainly 4-Eyed Freaks, they had some moments losing against Daffy Esports and a couple other teams from their open, but on this level right now against 6blow, they were able to show for sure that they are not at matching level against 6blow, 4EF. I actually wanted to see another map being played between the two teams because they were so having a lot of different team comps and also a lot of the shows from Speed 75 especially. I think that was the key. Also, Rui being able to play that Junker King with such teamwork, it's so much of a plus for the team.
Yeah, exactly. So being able to play the meta compositions here, both the Junker Queen composition and the Orisa composition, is really, really, I guess, impressive on the side of, if you consider that there haven't been a lot of competitive matches to prepare, to practice for the Contenders Fall Series. However, it looks like they do have some things to work on, like maybe some ult discipline, which of course, like considering that it is Contenders teams, that like is a problem for a lot of other Contenders teams as well, so it's not particularly concerning. However, if you want to compete against the top teams, then you probably have to work on that as well. Six Blows, they're not over yet. Yes, they do. Yes, they expose a lot of problems. Like, I think when they had the Terra Surge on, they had both the Terra Surge and the Dragon Blade on Junkyard on New Junk City, they should have won that fight, but especially because they baited out the sound barrier even before they used any of those ults. They should have won that fight. So if they definitely have their issues, but I see the talent there. I see the individual talent there. So if they just work on their issues, I think they will also be a good team that may be surviving long into the tournament.
Yeah, man. I think we've seen some moments where 6Blow, they were hesitant to press that Q along with the teamwork. Maybe the communication was just a little faster from 4EF compared to 6Blow. As we'll take a look at
our player of the match.
Player of the match.
75.
As he's Hanzo, some amazing arrow shots. Not just Dragon Strike, Symmetra. To start off Flashpoint. Yeah, that was just said and done. We just push, and you guys can't handle us.
So what's impressive about Speed 75 is that not only his mechanics were impressive on every hero that he played, but he played very different roles. Because he played Symmetra on a TP, on a mobile comp, and also on a Pope comp. He played Hanzo to a level that was very acceptable, and also Genji. And a Genji to assassinate and maybe harass the backline. So we saw a lot of different colors from this player, and there are some players that can play a specific role on a good level not can't play other roles on that same level. But right now, it seems like Speed 75, at least in this level of competition, can play all three roles in a very, very impressive fashion.
Yeah, now with that 3-0 score, they do move up to that winners. As no team will be knocked off the first 2 days, as every single team, you can kind of say that they will all have 2 lives. So even if you lose, you do go down to the lower bracket. That's the double elimination format, as you do see 6Blow down there in the lower bracket now. As 4EF will be going against the winner between Heaven Sent and Invincible, which is another very exciting match that I can't wait to see.
Yeah. So 4EF Freaks will be playing later on today, actually, and they will be waiting to see who comes up from Heaven Sent and Invincible, which are very good teams, both good teams in their own regard. And well, I can't just wait. Heaven Sent, Invincible. I think Heaven Sent will be the favorites here, but it's also I wouldn't be surprised if Invincible won here as well. So, and 4-Eyed Freaks, I think they have a slight advantage here, not just because they're better in terms of I guess mentality or anything, but they actually have the time to see how the other two teams play and kind of analyze and prepare for how their opponents will play.
Yeah, the second match, the winner of the second match will be having a match right after that, so they will have close to no time to actually prepare for that winner's match. Well, 4-Eyed Freaks, they will be watching this match and saying, okay, they can make some adjustment, at least some preparation, I guess, but it's not too long of a time unless it goes to like map 5 or something. But we'll see what happens in that winner's match later on. Heaven Sent, Invincible, I'm pretty sure we'll have some time to talk about these teams, but I'm very excited. Just from the first match, I mean, we got to see a little bit of that New Junk City for the Flashpoint. Not too many points given out from the east side, but still, how was it coming back on the desk for APAC?
Well, I mean,
so far?
I'm definitely stuttering a little bit. I do need to shake off a little bit of rust, but I'm definitely having fun. I hope you're having fun as well.
Of course.
Flashpoint was action-packed, as always, chaotic, as I expected, and it's actually a really fun mode to cast. Also, it being on map 3, it is guaranteed in every matchup, so I'm excited for more.
Yeah, so we'll see Flashpoint every single match because it is the first of 3, of course. And we are ready to jump into a break. When we come back, we will have that second match of the day, Heaven Sent versus Invincible. And welcome back, everyone, to Fall Series APAC Overwatch Contenders. We're about to go into our second match of the night. It is going to be Heaven Sent versus Invincible, the two teams that one team at least you should be very familiar, Invincible, if you watch the summer series, and Heaven Sent, a very new name, different name, but if you look into the roster, you might just say, why are these guys playing over here?
Yeah, this is the team that I've been saying that, hey, this might be the NA Contenders All-Stars here. Like, Heaven Sent versus Invincible. Invincible, like G-Club mentioned, is the Japanese team that we've been seeing summer series. Heaven Sent, we have a lot of experience on this roster. We will be going over it a little bit, but this is a team that has members that have been going on against the Overwatch League teams and the Pro-Ams and the NA side. As you can see here, Heaven Sent, the names here are a little bit different. Zerhan, this is a player that has been on Odyssey and Timeless, and most recently Afterlife. Iron Varp is better known as Iron Man. Who's currently at, who's also at Rutgers University, a Scarlet Knights. Clearcon, better known as Clear, also at Timeless on the Pro-Am series earlier this year. And Ping Padel is better known as Pummy, and was also in Trick Room against who did a very good job in the Pro-Ams. They took out the New York Excelsior in the Pro-Ams, I remember. And also Kivis is Kivis is also there as a support. So this is a very, very impressive roster here. Invincibles, we see this is I guess, a more familiar roster. Daisy, Undersea, Leon Optrix, Blink, Kivis. I'm very surprised to see Leon Optrix starting here, because I thought Gotsam would be starting because of the meta, where you see a lot of Orisa, you see a lot of maybe Sigma, and also the Junker Queen. I thought Gotsam, who is the prominent off-tank player, would have started, but maybe they have something up their sleeves, because my memory says that Leon Optrix is a Winston player. Maybe he has a new Orisa on his sleeve, or maybe he has a total surprise for us.
When the times change, when the ties shift, you just have to follow sometimes and work on an adaptation, as it does seem like for Invincible, it's going to be an uphill battle against this really stacked roster team of Heaven Sent. I think this is a really good testing ground first round. Even if you have a bad time, you don't get knocked off the tournament immediately. So I think we'll see what happens, as we again have Busan on control, as Unknown as mentioned. It was selected by the League Ops for the first map.
Yeah, so Busan, again, this is going to be a very interesting matchup, because it will showcase which compositions each team is comfortable to play.
That's right.
And we forgot to mention that Invincible has the new support players, Blink and Kivis. They're actually Korean players. So this is a new addition to the roster.
So this is the only not full Japanese roster team. This is actually somewhat a mix of Japanese players and the Korean players. Actually, we have somewhat almost three Japanese teams in the entire APAC, which is slightly more compared to the other seasons, where we usually have 2 teams from Japan. So let's see how this new mix-up in the roster is going to work for Invincible, as we do have Blink and Kivis from on the back line.
We are starting on Sanctuary here. Heaven Sent floating the Sigma, which is interesting. And Invincible, like I said, Leon Optrix learned a new trick. He is going for the Orisa. So the Orisa in Overwatch 1 was classified as a main tank, but we've seen a lot of off-tank players pick up the Orisa in Overwatch 2. So it's interesting to see how Leon Optrix can play the Orisa here.
Yeah, switching up. Right after the teleport, both Torbjorns.
So this is a very, very interesting read from Heaven Sent here, because Clearcon is on the Sigma instead, because this, if you look at the other components of the composition, it looks like it's going to be a composition with the Orisa, but instead it is a Sigma. I don't know if this is a maybe hero pool issue, or maybe they have something other read inside of it, but it looks like in the first fight, Invincible takes the upper hand.
Yeah, they did have one initial pick onto Ping Padel, into Lari. And after that, Evanston just backed off all the way. Did not really lose too many members after that, as we do actually have a member missing. for Evanston, it is. I'm pretty sure it is not a rage quit, guys. So should be back on point real soon.
If you rage quit after one fight loss, then
no way.
That's something that's going to be on Wikipedia.
I'm pretty sure it's just a connection issue.
Probably
it's just a connection issue, as we'll have Pummy coming back as soon as possible, as it was only just a couple of seconds into Busan.
And the thing is, the impressive thing about Heaven Sent is that they lost the first fight, but they didn't give up the cap yet. So it was a 4v5, but they still managed to keep contesting the points. So so Invincibles did not get any percentage out of that. And judging from the time that was expiring after the first fight, they should be back. They should be back in a 5v5 form. So maybe there is a chance that Heaven Sent takes the flip, and not the flip because they didn't even cap it yet. But there is a world where Heaven Sent can actually make a comeback here. But Invincibles, they look very, very firm, and they look like they're really comfortable with the Orisa comp. I am very surprised that Heaven Sent came up with the Sigma composition, because like I said, all the other components are pointing towards that this is an Orisa comp, but there isn't an Orisa.
Yeah, I think you maybe Heaven Sent, they're still testing a little bit what they want to do against all the teams, especially on this map. Sigma, there were times where Sigma was used. When Sigma was when Sigma just came online for the tournament, Sigma was one of the best basically in all maps. We've been through those times, and Orisa. How did Orisa come in? Of course, with the balance patches and the meta shift. Seems like Orisa is taking a lot of those blocks, a lot of the damage. As we are back in game now, barely started at the point of actually going to Invincible.
Doesn't have ultimate anymore. Well, the ult charges is reset because he was disconnected. This is not the Overwatch League server, so all the ult charges are reset. And Invincibles is taking that to full advantage as the Captive Sun will be wiping out Heaven Sent, and they will have the early percentage points for the cap on point. And the good stagger there, so it's going to take a little bit more time. And so I noticed that Iron Vernop has swapped over to the Genji, so that's going to be even more delay on the side for the ultimates to be online. Right now, the only ultimates that are online for the Heaven Sent is the Tactical Visor and the Window. So they're going to have to use this to full effect if they want to flip the point.
Yeah, Invincible already closing to that 50%. There's that Visor.
Is that Visor, but it is a lot of that damage is denied.
They lost a lot of time, but still good enough with Sigma. And alongside the damage on top, we were looking at Soldier, but most of the damage actually came from the side. The entire team pushing Invincible away from the point. And the point captured back into Heaven Sent.
Yeah, so this is actually a very crucial win for Heaven Sent, because not only did they use two ultimates, the only two ultimates that they had, but the point was already going towards 60, so if they lost this fight, this would have been final fight territory for Heaven Sent. Invincibles, however, they shouldn't feel too bad about this, because they have 3 ultimates online and 2 incoming. They can choose whatever ultimates they want to open the fight with, and if Heaven Sent decides to commit ultimates, they can use more. Heaven Sent starts the aggression because they know that they are at a disadvantage. However, Invincibles answer with the Captain Sun of their own, and they actually use it to better effect.
Yeah, Daisy's down, but Undershe's still alive. Got 2 off.
This is a 4v3, and the Terra Search didn't do much damage, didn't do any kills. However, it did enough damage for the fallout damage to push everyone on the side of Heaven Sent out of the point, and this is going to be 66, approaching 70% here. Invincibles are good usage of ults because they still have 2 remaining, and the Torbjorn ult, when you are on the defense, is one of the most effective ultimates to keep the enemy out of the point.
You just delete a road away from the opponent for such a long time. It's very annoying for the team to come into the point against the Torbjorn ult. So
Iron Vernarb has to use this blade has to be perfect in order for Heaven Sent to have a chance. But Soldier is down there. Heaven Sent are a man down. This is a good start. Molten Core used on the point. Oh, Iron Vernarb is down. He used the blade as well. So This is going to be ultimate down. The Dragon Blade down on the side of Heaven Sent. The point is ticking into overtime. Will Heaven Sent be able to answer? No! And the first point goes to Invincible. We have tooted up Heaven Sent as favorites for this game, but G-Clive, we may be wrong.
Invincible. Kivis right next to right next to the set of stones there was sort of hiding, not taking any damage, providing extra damage. Headshot onto Genji.
Oh,
In the meantime, healing as well. That's the power of Illari.
So the thing about Illari Captive Sun is that not only does it do AoE damage, but it also leaves a mark that explodes and does additional damage if the entire team, if any ally does enough damage, additional damage to it. So although it might not register into kills, it has potential to do a lot of damage.
Yes, that's exactly why we do see that hero a lot, but not for this time. Both Lucios.
So on Mecha base, both teams are opting to go to the Junker Queen composition. They have a little bit of a different read on the meta on the DPS side of things. Heaven Sent using a little bit more firepower with the Mei and the Bastion, and Invincible is going with the poke damage, and it looks like Heaven Sent is having fun with that Bastion pick here.
Yeah, already lost a lot of members after losing Jungle Queen, Daisy, Invincible, just falling like flies for the first fight. Heaven Sent finally being able to grab the first point. Actually got a whole lot of percentage on the ult charges, near 40% on 4 people. Actually 5 members.
Invincibles is kind of surprising. I'm kind of surprised to see the Kiriko here. Maybe the Suzu can be used again to counter the Junker Queen ultimate.
Daisy falls early again.
But I do have a feeling that Invincibles doesn't have enough healing output to survive, to outlast the damage output of Heaven Sent. Because clearly, Bastion, Junker Queen, and Mei, even the Baptiste have enough damage, and I don't think Invincible healing output can keep up.
Heaven Sent, along with those 2 fights, basically had to use no ults and was able to just win off of the neutral fights early on, making it into 4v5. Daisy, gotta be careful against all those Mei shots flying in, the icicles.
Invisibles probably have to wait for their ultimates for their turn to shine. Heaven Sent, pulling the trigger early, knowing that Invincibles is close to their ultimates. The Kitsune Rush was already used on the side of Kivis, but it looks like the fight is going into actually Invincible's favor.
Yeah, at least I think Undersea was trying to think about using that blade. Hold on, clear. Okay, 3-man rampage. Okay, Sound Barrier just in time for
it
Blink.
was almost an Ajax, but Blink was able to make it in time. However,
here's the Dragon Blade Undersea, very low in HP, but still can't really do extra.
But the thing is that a lot of damage was denied on the side of Undersea because he had to use the defense because he was so low and there was no healing and to keep him up. So that's a lot of damage lost on the side of Undersea.
Hey, 95%. There's no time.
So Daisy needed to touch. That's a lot of damage out of the teamfight because the teamfight is happening elsewhere. Over. Daisy is down. Nobody else.
No, the rampage was denied. The moment you pressed it, you knew that it wasn't going right for the team. And Invincible, not quite invincible on the second point.
Okay, Mecha Base goes on the side of Heaven Sent. Heaven Sent looks a lot better than what they were doing on Sanctuary. It looks like this time, at least for Mecha Base, the meta, they were playing, Heaven Sent was playing it better. Again, Invincible, they were okay, but I don't think that the Kiriko pick, at least with the Lucio, was enough. Yes, Suzu does neutralize the effects of the Rampage. However, in the neutral fight, even in the neutral fight, the healing is not enough to survive the damage output of what Heaven Sent was there. Yes, Heaven Sent, right now, it looks like they're going with their own Lucio Kiriko composition. However, this time Invincible doesn't have the... they're not going with the Bastion and the Mei, so they don't have to deal with as much damage as Invincible had to do against Heaven Sent. So this composition, this time, may actually work.
So let's see how well this time. going to work for either side. An early loss there, Invincible. An early area for Invincible there. Haven't sent 5v4, 5v3 now. Another headshot coming out.
So this is the difference between Mecha Base and Downtown here, because Heaven Sent, they were very low on HP, but they had enough healing and sustain to survive. And this is because Invincibles, although like Soldier and Bastion have their own strengths, they don't have the sheer damage output as the Bastion and the Mei. So they had enough healing to survive, and this is making the difference between Mecha Base and Downtown here.
So this time Invincible actually coming around to the side street. Heaven Sent, okay, lost to Lucio early on in a trade of Torbjorn. 4-4, Heaven Sent still having the push power.
Invincibles has to reset. Oh, maybe they don't.
Yeah, because they actually had, somewhat of less damage. Okay, out of position, but as long as you can land those headshots and grab the kills.
That is the overclock in effect. A single pick here may be enough to deter Invincible from the point, and Blink goes down! So that means Heaven Sent is able to contest the point, and there's a second kill on Undersea. Heaven Sent will be able to protect the point.
Oh, with the power slide, this Sojourn is out of position, but it doesn't matter as long as you can land that much DPS. Invincible, they were almost able to. Okay, and then it's just the team white after the regroup. They had about 60%, 65% contested, but Invincible just not being able to flip that point.
Yeah, exactly. So, and right now, losing that previous fight is really bad news for Invincibles, because yes, they have 3, maybe 4
Rampage.
ultimates
Locked and ready.
Here
we go!
What a Rampage! The lamp is there to save everyone, but not from the follow-up damage! Oh, maybe that sound barrier is there to protect everyone from that Terra Surge.
Terra Surge right in front of the spawn. That's just desperation. 7% off. Heaven Sent pressing.
Do they even have anyone to touch?
No one on the point. Oh, like Undersea. Recall back.
Touch from Undersea, but is there a second touch?
You can't blink. There's every angle being covered by Heaven Sent. 100-0 will be the score for the second.
Okay, Heaven Sent looked a little bit shaky on Sanctuary. However, the rest 2 maps were sheer domination on the side of Heaven Sent. Like Heaven Sent was like, I thought this team was going to be pre-match favorites, and after Sanctuary, they were like, maybe Invincible is better than I thought they would be. And Heaven Sent is just like, no, I was teasing you, and they just showed very impeccable performances on the second and third rounds of Busan.
Yeah, especially I was very impressed from Clearkun. That Rampage hiding under the angle where you can't really be spotted easily, and also even before that, we saw the Rampage forcing out the sound barrier from Lucio, actually leading them into a win. Just saying, okay, we're actually this much ahead of you, and you just cannot come to the point. The moment I press this, there's no one actually stopping it. And of course, right after the Rampage, HP ticks down, and the rest of the crew saying, okay, you've done your part. Thanks for the sauce, and I can just pick up the fork and then pick everything on up. That was really fun. Watching all those 2 maps.
I understand the Terra Surge from Leonopteryx there in front of the point, because if they actually managed to get a kill, a few kills out rather, then they would have enough time to touch and maybe flip the point and buy some time for another fight. However, a good sound barrier on the side of Heaven Sent that saved a lot of people from potential casualties from that ultimate, and they were able to get that snowball rolling.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important how Invincible comes back now with that score, as they did win initially the very first one, but after that it seemed like their team comp was somewhat flip-sided, as they're having a very tough time just opening up and going towards the point, even getting anything flipped away from Heaven Sent. But we're going to be moving on into Hybrid soon. Let's see what they come up with. But right before that, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, that map number 2. And welcome back, everyone, to Fall Series APAC. You're watching Overwatch Contenders with G Clef and Unknown. As we are going through the second match of the day, we have one more coming up, which should be the best of the night. It's going to be the winners from this match against 4EF that we just had. But so far, Heaven Sent seems to be coming back really strong after dropping the first. We were saying, oh, maybe Invincible got a power up, some type of really good, really good power up during the off season. They were actually giving a hard time against Heaven Sent for a few minutes.
Yeah, for the
few minutes only.
First Sanctuary, yes. I think right now, I think Heaven Sent has a better understanding of the win conditions that they have. Like I said before on the previous match, playing a composition and knowing how it should be played are two different things. Like, you can be very comfortable with the heroes that comprise the composition, but knowing the win conditions and changing your strategy accordingly to the situation are two different things. I think Heaven Sent showed glimpses of that, especially in Mecha Base and downtown. So speaking of town, we are going to Midtown. This is going to be the second Midtown that we're going to see in the fall series.
Yeah, I like it. I would love to see more poking comp, plus some more different heroes coming out. Well, potentially, I already revealed that I'm a big Hanzo main, so so I would love to see any more Hanzo.
My question: are the pigeons going to be back?
The pizza? No, it's gone. It should be gone by now.
But there's a pizza bot.
The pigeons eat fast.
Okay, so they're already gone. Okay. Oh,
there's a pizza.
Ooh, I need that.
It looks like to me that pepperonis are burned. That's not the right level, guys.
I mean,
that cannot be served at my level. That should be going into the trash can.
Well, I mean, look, there's a reason pigeons were eating that pizza.
And I can be the trash can, so give it to me.
All right, looking at the compositions here, it looks like a lot of the Contenders teams in APAC think that Sigma is the way to go on this map. Both tanks are going with the Sigma here. And it's also it's a surprise for me that Leon Optrix is playing the Sigma here, because Gotsam is a off-tank player who is very prominent on the Sigma as well. And well, looking at Leon Optrix playing the Sigma, maybe the Invincibles have something up their sleeves.
Yep, history's good, but already a kill. Easy. The soldier.
The Soldier 76 with that right click is just, it's so deadly. So that burst damage is enough to just take out 200 HP support, so just like that.
Yeah, if you hit it at the right target, right moment, it's hard to hit because it takes a while for the projectile. But here is Clearkun trying to poke from the side, both Sigmas. Trying to protect and push the line just a little further for Heaven Sent.
Again, Heaven Sent will be having that advantage on this Sigma duel because Hanzo is a better shield breaker than the Silver 76. So they should be having, if they just kind of,
some trade? Torbjorn Hanzo, a trade of kills there.
So if they're at a stalemate, like this, come to what I said, Heaven Sent should be having the upper hand in that tank duel here.
Yeah, now the Invincible, they just couldn't keep up with the amount of pork as you mentioned.
This is going to be a big stagger on the side of Heaven Sent. So Invincible will be having to concede point A very early on in the game.
Almost having 5 minutes now to push. Let's see, Invincible. Not much of a change in terms of comp at all.
Early aggression with the window there, maybe wanting a little pick, and they get one. Undersea is taken down. So this is going to be a little bit of a free stroll on the side of Heaven's End here. A lot of Daisy very low as well. Blink also very threatened to the brink of death. The drone saves him, but as soon as they see the drone, Clericon goes with the Gravitic Flux. No casualties yet, but there is that follow-up damage, and Heaven's Send will be steamrolling through point A right now.
Yeah, I could see with that window, as you called it, okay, they don't just want to stop here. They want to position themselves first, up ahead, and grab maximum kills, as now the payload already going towards that tunnel. Right below the bridge.
Invincible's striking back with the good picks, especially on the Illari there. But Kibis, who was picking out some of the DPS players on the side of Heaven Sent, is punished by the side of Heaven Sent. So this is going to be a neutral fight once again.
And now coming back, some more ult available for Invincible as they're regrouping on top. Some of the teams actually have a tough moment pushing the payload.
So this fight should be in favor of the Invincibles because they have a lot of ultimates. They have 3 and 4 is upcoming, and like I said, the Molten Core is very, very strong when you're on the defensive side of things. So Heaven Sent knows this, so they're committing. They are pulling the trigger first. They want to make a pick first, and they do. So even though Invincibles have a lot of ultimates, they can't use their full effect. But the bad news for Invincibles is that they already used 2 ultimates, and so they lost even with just this. They literally just threw 2 ultimates to the ground.
Yeah, Invincible, they at least did not end up using all 4. Only have to use 2, and the Genji actually dodging some of those ultimates, diving in along by himself. Aaron just doing a whole lot of work for Heaven Sent.
Now it's going to be the Tactical Visor and the Molten Core on the side of Invincible. Heaven Sent,
oh, what a shot there.
Yeah, they have no intentions of making this slowly. They use the window, but Zerzon is taken out, so there's little poke. Oh, but Clericon takes out Leon Optrix there, and the Gravitic Flux is there.
Did it catch? I couldn't see exactly. I think he caught 1, not 2. Still alive,
nonetheless, Daisy is taking out. Heaven Sent is on a very fast game pace here, and it looks like Invincibles is not able to keep up with that pace of Heaven Sent.
Yeah, this is usually not a place where Sigma is supposed to push alone, and Heaven Sent is making it possible with the amount of support. Okay, a lot of ults to use press from Invincible, still not enough to respond back.
Invincibles are in desperation mode, trying to use ultimates to answer. However, Heaven Sent is not letting them be on their back on their foot. Oh, Big Patel using the Captive Sun just on 1 member to secure that kill. And that 1 kill may be enough because they're spawn camping on Invincibles right now. And it is a full cap on Heaven Sent. 3 minutes on the time bank. That is an impressive push, G-Cuff.
3:14 left. As that payload was barely ever stopped, only onto the bridge a little bit. And after that moment, it was just a highway road available, open up for Heaven Sent. A whole lot of kills with that amount of speed. I think you should be pretty happy with the time bank.
Yeah, Heaven Sent, I think the longest point they used to capture was point A, because they were at kind of a stalemate on the Sigma duel in the first few fights, and there were a few picks on the side of Invincible, so they had to reset 1 or 2 times. However, after that, they were pressing the gas, and they didn't even give time for Invincibles to regroup, and they were pressing, hey, they have more ults, I don't care, I'm going to use ults and take whoever has the ults, so they can't use them, or else they're going to just waste them. And Invincibles, yeah, I just can't I find a better term than they just couldn't keep up with the pace.
Yeah, I think Invincible was trying to save some ultimates because they were being pushed already, lost a member by the time, but there had to be a moment where everyone just says, okay, let's try to use all the resources that we have and try to stop them, because we're getting almost everywhere around the map every single time we come back from the respawn. And Heaven Sent really gave them no chances to actually come back in that later payload push. But of course, right after Invincible, let's see if they can make it work this time, as that will be a pretty hard time bank to catch up to.
This is an interesting approach
Ana
from Heaven Sent
comp.
because we haven't been seeing Ana a lot in the competitive matches in this meta. Yes, we've been seeing a little bit of double flex supports, but that usually involved the Ilari and the Baptiste. However, the Ana may be very, very valuable in a sense that the anti-need might be very useful here.
The Sojourn caught already. Daisy has to come back now. Invincible being pushed. Off
So
into the second room.
Invincibles are being threatened out of their own territory. They are being sandwiched and they are being flushed out. Yes, yes, Clearcon is giving them a little bit of breathing room, but in terms of real estate here, Heaven Sent already is conquering a lot of the defensive positions on the side of Invincibles.
Now should give some good amount of time. Invincible. Where are those damage pokes coming from Heaven Sent? Must be from Hanzo and Torbjorn together.
Already taken down, and Blake, the anti-nades are so
God.
on point. This is why Heaven Sent picked the Ana. They were confident that they were going to put it to good use, and Invincibles, they have to reset yet again.
There must be an angle where you can actually strike from. Hanzo, Torbjorn, they're not supposed to be super close up ahead. And it's going to be really hard. It seems like Invincible's having a tough time breaking into Sigma, doing close to no damage. First of all, they have to break through the barrier, but Ana is so far back, so I think it's up to some great headshots coming from Daisy or Undersea diving in with the blade, but will there be enough time?
This is really clever from the side of Heaven Sent because the vulnerability of Ana, of using the Ana, is that the Ana is very, very vulnerable to a lot of the divers or heroes that actually go in. And right now, Invincible's the only hero that they can go in is the Genji, and Genji is getting poked down so badly that he can't even attempt to go rush into the Ana right now.
Yolchu in the room, Sigma has a pretty fun time.
Kivas using the Kisune Rush, however, all of the members of Invincible are so low! They can't even pose a threat to anyone on the side of Heaven Sent, and they use the ultimates. They use the ultimate, however, Heaven Sent is just rushing them away. Yes, Heaven Sent used the Gravitic Flux and also the Hanzo Dragon. However, they have key ultimates coming up like the Molten Core, like the Captive Sun, and the Nano Boost as well. So Invincibles is going to have a hard time because the only ult that they effectively have is the Sound Barrier.
Yeah, with the Sound Barrier and the Dragon Blade coming up soon, with a minute time mark now, as Kiriko had to press that button. Coming from the side of the street, Clearcon still keeping the front line up.
Captive Sun used aggressively. This is good. Genji very low, Undersea. Undersea taking down by Big Patel. They have to die quickly. They have to reset or they're gonna get staggered to the point that they can't. They have to go to Desperation Touch.
Oh man, 35 seconds Invincible. Undersea might not have time if you don't pull it out now. Less than 30 seconds.
Dear. They're taking out Leon Optrix slowly on purpose because they know that they have to stall. And Invincibles, they know that Invincibles can't do anything without their tank. Yes, they have key ultimates online. However, they have to use everything because it's 10 seconds left.
It's now or never for that Shimada to have that blade. Still some defensive ultimates ready to go. Here's that Molten Core.
And the Gravitic Flux is online once again. Invincibles has to use the Rampage just to touch the point.
Okay, that's a lot of kills
They do get
together.
a few kills.
But the Molten Core plus Sigma is taking care of the entire
Everyone's
team.
taken out. Oh my goodness.
Just from the three. Man, Sigma, Torbjorn, Ilari took care of the rest. It seemed good with the Genji, but once you're on point, you're taking that pretty hot lava damage.
Hey, this is why I'm saying that Heaven Sent has a very good understanding of the game right now, because you usually do not use the Ana in this kind of compositions because you know that there is a lot of poke, a lot of Genji threats on the Ana, but they are confident in their ability to poke down the Genji, poke down the Sojourner to the point that the Ana is going to be in a safe position to land those anti-nades, to land those heals, and even though if it's not meta, if you can use it to achieve your win conditions, then that is the perfect composition for you, and Heaven Sent is using this perfectly.
And also Pink Padel's Ilari, using that outburst to chase Genji as a support, it's just a promising sign that you're already winning the fight. Usually you use that outburst to go back, retreat to your teammate, but it's the power of this brand new support that you can actually go do damage, get those kills picked up. While you also have Ana, who can also get those kills picked up from a long range. That will be a full point capped with a 3-0 score now. Invincible. Wow, they're certainly having a tough time first starting with usually losing a lot of their DPS to start off, making it to 4v5 very hard moment. And what can you actually do against Heaven Sent? Next map will be Flashpoint, so maybe they have to think about some different comps coming into this one. But right before that, we'll take another short break, guys. Don't go anywhere because Invincible might come back into series, or maybe it can be a 3-0 wipe for Heaven Sent. See you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Fall Series APAC. This time, Heaven Sent is crushing down the opponent. Invincible might not live up to their name too much in the series.
Right now, Invincible looks a lot more, I guess, invincible, for lack of a better word. Heaven Sent looking a lot more convincing than at Busan. Midtown was an absolute stomp.
Invincible certainly being crumbled right now. But Flashpoint, I've seen some other regions and other games. Teams actually coming up big time in Flashpoint and sweeping it back for their team. So it might still be possible. It does seem like, though, Heaven Sent is winning in every single opponent, every single aspect of the team fight. The support line, DPS, and the tanks.
This is going to be our first Saravasa cast because the previous matches were all about New Junk City.
Actually, I do prefer Saravasa. It's just a slightly more than New Junk City.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
because the map looks prettier.
Of course.
I don't like junks. I don't like seeing junks everywhere around the map.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, like you said, G-Cliff, a lot of so Flashpoint is the single map type where a lot of trailing teams can actually make a point, because especially if you look at the Overwatch League and the east side of things, both matches ended 1-4, and then all the ones were all from Flashpoint. So maybe there is this special something for that team that is behind to win it on Flashpoint. And again, I can't stress this enough. Mobility is key to this map type, because you have to move around points, you have to be there faster, you have to regroup faster, and you have to recontest faster. So I think both teams understand this. Both teams are going with the Lucio and the Symmetra on the side of Invincible. So maybe a little bit of the upper hand on the side of Invincibles here. However, Heaven Sent, they have a very similar comp. So it is very interesting to see how they can fare. First point is always going to be market on the center of the map.
In terms of positioning might be slightly faster for Invincible, as Jera was almost caught by the shots, actually going very low.
And taken down, so that is going to be a 45. However, Leon Optrix is taken down, so it is 4v4. And no, it's not going to be 4v5 because everyone in the Invincibles is going down.
Kiriko, Lucio picking up the kills, surprisingly. And yeah, right after, I thought they'll be lacking damage because they just took down the tank, the Jungle Queen. And it does take a lot of DPS out of the team to take down the Jungle Queen alone. But even after that, the follow-up damage was just massive coming down from Heaven Sent. The first point,
it was credit to Invincibles for making that first kill, and they were on the point first, so they had actually positional advantage. However, Heaven Sent used the opportunity, made it into an opportunity for them to close into distance and wreak havoc.
And Clear-Kun still taking the point at 45%. Invincible can't really come into the point at all.
The shout there for the extra speed and extra health. No casualties yet. Undersea, very low. Undersea taken down once more. Daisy, no DPS available on the side of Invincibles. And this fight is also going to the side of Heaven Sent, unless Kivis has a say on it. Kivis taking 2 down, 3 down on the side of Kivis. Oh my god, I mean, what is this fight? How is this fight going on? First, Heaven Sent loses a member first and they win the fight. Invincibles lose 2 members first and then turn this fight around.
And it was both headshots too. Immediately turning things around. Well, Kiriko used the ult, but even with the ult, it wasn't really too advantageous at the moment for Invincible.
They had no DPS players online. And Kivis was like, hey, who needs DPS? If I can beat the support and the DPS, there's going to be the Kitsune Rush on the side of Heaven Sent this time. Kivis falls down. The blink sound barrier was not enough, was not fast enough to save Kivis, but the 45 sustain is there. However, Daisy falls, and it looks like Heaven Sent is going to win this fight and take that point away. First point probably going to Heaven Sent.
Yeah, so much more sustain with an extra member here for Heaven Sent. Yeah, with both barrier popped nearly at the same time, but as you can see with those check marks on top, Heaven Sent, yeah, will be able to have a lot more advantage on top of this first point for Flashpoint. And
so
3 ults available.
Point is going to be Gardens, so it looks like Heaven Sent is going to have positional advantage, even despite Invincibles having to go through spawn, and they have a lot of ultimates online. They do not have the support ultimates, but that is going to be the same for Invincibles. Invincibles also have 3 ultimates of their own now, so it's going to be who pulls the trigger first. Heaven Sent pulls the trigger first and cleared. Takes care of Daisy.
Yeah, Overclock instantly gone, and Clear-Kun picking up another from the front line.
Invincibles should not use any more ults. They should just reset.
That was the moment where you just say, okay, regroup, as this is still very early. They just capped the point. Heaven Sent still was only you had to use the overclock, just 1 ult out of the 3. Still 2-2 up. It seems like Heaven Sent has getting some more percentage from Kiriko and Lucio together. That's the only difference, and better positioning on top.
Yeah, they have the defensive positioning and advantage here. I think Undersea needs to have a very good Dragon Blade in order to turn things around. The Dragon Blade is there, but no targets there, and he has to use the deflect, which means that there's going to be the DPS loss there. However, Iron Arm is taken down. Clear-Kun uses the
4-man rampage.
4-man rampage. No Suzu available. It seems like 2 members down again. And
just not enough. Rampage comes back from Leona, but Heaven Sent still having 5 members up.
Invincible's having their DPS down first is very, very crucial in this fight because even though the Rampage was good there's no follow-up damage to finish off those kills. The sound barrier is there, so more sustain on the side of Heaven Sent. This is going to be the difference, and that's point 2. This is map point for Heaven Sent.
Yeah, that's just going to be it. As we do go towards the other side to the palace. But, oh, Deji just died, so respawn will actually take a longer time.
Yeah, and to add, even to make things worse, Invincible spawn is pretty far away from Palace here. So I think they just have to go a 4v5 or they have to give up first point.
Still 10 seconds before the unlock.
Down again! So this means that point cap is definitely going on the favor of Heaven Sent. Yes, Kitsune Rush is used. Maybe he didn't need that, but still, better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, Heaven Sent, they're just pressing onto a point where it hurts the most. As Invincible, they were trying to regroup, but Heaven Sent coming all the way out, giving no place for them to actually do that comfortably.
So it looks like Heaven Sent, it seems as if Heaven Sent is playing this game on 1.5 speed. Like, they're playing much faster than Invincibles are, and Invincibles are not coping with the speed difference here.
Yeah, and it almost seems like Heaven Sent, they're just coming out all the way. Another kill picked up overclock. Oh.
So they're using just 1 or 2 ultimates to just keep Invincibles out. Already, this point is at 50%. One more fight loss, and it might be even final fight territory, or even the end for the Invincibles here.
This ends now.
Invincible,
Yeah,
Daisy needs to
takes
kill.
out Zarazon. That is a good start.
But needs more. Kivish, and on top, okay, with those 3. Might just be possible, but ClearCon ready with the Rampage.
ClearCon takes a answer kill back, but I don't think that there's any need to spend ultimates here because they're at 95%. They can just wait to regroup. Oh,
great sound barrier from Link to catch that up.
Ooh.
Still comes up with a kill somehow.
Clear was at almost sub 100 HP there, and he used the Rampage to just get out of that. And not only did he just get out, he baited out the sound barrier as well, so that was a good trade.
ClearCon didn't die from that moment, even after the Rampage?
He did fall, he did fall, but after that Rampage.
Here's Iron. Has been having a mediocre late so far.
However, it does the job because it takes out Ayako, who had 96% on the sound barrier. So they have Heaven Sent has to reset again. They do have 1 or 2 more fights to spare. Maybe 1 fight because it is at 60%. If Heaven Sent lose this fight, they probably have to concede this point. But it is okay because they have support ults coming in. Here is the sound barrier. That is going to be extra sustain. Under C doesn't get any value with that Dragon Blade. 3 members down. Can Kevis and Daisy turn it around? No, they can't, and it is going to be point flip for Heaven Sent. Can anyone touch? Or this is going to be a 3-0 for the side of Heaven Sent.
Tried coming in, but alone can't do the job, and that will be a 3-0 win.
Wow, what an impressive performance from Heaven Sent. Like, yes, I was a little bit disappointed initially on Busan on the first point, on the first round. However, apart from that, Heaven Sent is duly showing why they are going to be the tournament favorites, not only for this match, but for the entire tournament as well.
Yeah, big time. They're certainly showing up to what they have on paper. Their experience in the big tournament certainly kicking in really hot, especially against Invincible, a roster that it's somewhat of a mix, but still has a lot of experience in terms of Overwatch contenders. We'll be looking forward to seeing Heaven Sent once again in the winners match that we'll have right after.
Yeah, so it's going to be Heaven Sent versus Four Eyed Freaks. Yes, Four Eyed Freaks. I've been talking good things about Four Eyed Freaks right now, but from just what I've been seeing from the last 2 matches, it just looked like Heaven Sent is going to be the favorites on this matchup because, boy, Heaven Sent, they're kind of like showing us why they had that experience, why most of their members were actually on the programs on the NA side. They were these were members on teams that were actually almost toe-to-toe with the Overwatch League teams. And although a lot of the Contenders teams lost to the Overwatch League teams in the end, but these are the players that are almost there. And it looks like they're one step ahead.
Some different power gap. It certainly was able to display that on different maps. Let's see if they can do it on a different team, though. Invincible, they do go down with a 0-3 score, but they go down to the lower bracket, which will be played next week. But here it is, the highlight, once again, between Heaven and Invincible. And some great rampages coming up from ClearCon.
Yeah, ClearCon played a lot of Sigma, a lot of Junk Queen. Both were very impressive. I personally went for the support votes, but nonetheless, it was a big. I guess that was a big performance from Clear. Nonetheless, I mean, yes, that was not my vote, but I am still I'm still happy with Clear taking that play of the match.
It's understandable because for the tank, for ClearCon to do this much work up on front against these many other colored members, well, I mean, you have to be receiving some type of heal from the back line, so support work has to be online.
Yeah, a lot of impressive really good rampages here, especially on Sorabasa. Not only this, we had this one, I believe it was a 23 HP of nerves. Oh my god, like a single body shot off from anyone on the opposition, and that rampage would have been denied. However, that was good nerves of steel from the side of Clear, and well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, some great daggers too coming out from this guy. And we'll see, we're very likely to see more coming out from ClearCon, and they are moving up to that winners who go up against 4EF. Will be the match that we will actually have right after. So you might want to check this one out, as the winners going against head-to-head immediately after the win of the day.
Yeah, so 4-Eyed Freaks, Heaven Sent. Like you said, G-Club, this bracket is a double elimination bracket. Each team has 2 lives. 4-Eyed Freaks, Heaven Sent, has not expended their second life yet. So even if they lose in the winner's bracket here, they go straight to the lower bracket and wait for the losers of the other side of the bracket, which we have some time to wait for. But yeah, what a match we're going to have.
Should be the best one of the day, as we'll have the other side, the other 4 teams actually getting ready to go tomorrow, not today. So I think it's very interesting how we actually have the winners of the first 2 matches going in the same day. So we get to see who's actually the best among the top 4, the first 4 teams, and then the same for the later day. So that's going to be the format that we have here. As I actually do not want to jump into the commercial break because I want to see that winners match already.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, teams have to, especially for Heaven Sent, who just finished their match. It was a quick one, but still, nonetheless, I mean, competitive matches can be very tiring. Even though if they won convincingly, coaches may want to have some feedback. So, we got to give them some time.
Yeah, of course, they might want to go wash their faces, as the time zone is not the same for everyone.
Of course.
Bathroom issues can always be one of the crucial toilet issues.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen in game.
Yeah, certainly not, and you cannot just pause the game because of that issue. So might want to take care of that before we actually start the game. But hey, the 2 better teams of the day going against each other. I'm very excited to what this one is going to be like. As Heaven Sent, 3-0 victory, very solid against a team that has a lot of experience, but I guess the tournament size and the tournament prize pool was very different. Especially for Heaven Sent, because they've been in the bigger size leagues. I think it's coming in real hot. Even with this big of a map pool, I think I already have a pretty good feeling they will do just fine in all maps.
Yeah, exactly. So like Heaven Sent and 4-Eyed Freaks, I don't think map pool or hero pools are going to be an issue here. So, and it's also going to be interesting to see how the narrative between the best of NA contenders a little bit and a little bit of a all-star performance team from APAC contenders. And this is going to be an interesting match.
It is going to be very interesting, but before that, we'll take another short break. But when we come back, guys, winners match coming up soon. And welcome back, everyone, to Overwatch Contenders Fall Series 8-Pack. We're ready to go into the winner's match between the two teams who had an absolute performance today already. But one team has to be brought down to the lower bracket after this match, which would be very interesting. And you are all still saying that Heaven Sent should be the favorite coming out of this match?
I may be cursing them. I may be having the caster curse on them, but as after seeing those two matches, I think, yes, 4-Eyed Freaks are also good, but they look a little bit vulnerable here. Yes, Heaven Sent did also look a little bit vulnerable there on Busan a little bit, but after that, I think Heaven Sent should be the favorites coming into this matchup here. Still, I may be wrong because it's not like a big margin. It looks like Heaven Sent is a little bit. It looks a little bit better, but they also have the oppositions to think about, and maybe depending on map pools and how the first map goes, it might be much more different.
It should be, and I'm hoping for at least Game 4-5 to be handled by both teams. As, of course, the same rosters.
Yep, unchanged from the first map.
Unchanged, even with 5 DPSs. Keeping XP 7 and speed 75 for the DPS. And also Overshake Berlin for 4-Eyed Freaks. Can they keep it up and have a real contest against Heaven Sent will be the question that we are going into. Of course, first Control, second Hybrid, Flashpoint. If we get to see some push maps later on, that will be available. And onto Escort if we get to that map number 5.
Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna see a lot less Escort than compared to what we've been seeing in the previous seasons. Here is the roster for Heaven Sent. I believe that this is the same starting roster that we've seen on the previous match. Ayako was there for Flashpoint for Heaven Sent. However, this is going to be the same starting roster on the Heaven Sent side as well. A lot less DPS choices compared to 4-Eyed Freaks, but it looks like this is the roster that Heaven Sent thinks is most confident on.
Hell no, a lot less choices, but if the solid choice, if the signature menu on the restaurant is always good, like what more do you need? Why do you need to change?
Exactly, maybe a little bit of spice here and there, but that's going to be later on the bracket. So maybe some of these other players on the bench are going to be the secret weapons for the latter stages of the tournament, because Heaven Sent are very confident in coming into this tournament that they will be able to survive until the latter stages.
Yeah, it seems very much likely. And if you actually win from this match, you actually take a 2-week break before your next match.
Yeah, because they need to wait for almost the entirety of the lower bracket to progress. So maybe they have some time to rest. Maybe they have some time to observe the other players from the other side of the bracket as well. So it's going to be very interesting. But at the same time, it might be backfiring because they won't have as much live match practice or experience compared to the other lower bracket teams. That's why sometimes we get a lower bracket miracle run, because the kind of, I guess, momentum those competitive matches actually bring might be enough to flip the difference between the power levels of these teams. But at the moment, Heaven Sent, as I repeat, Heaven Sent seems like the best team so far in APAC Contenders in terms of power level.
I do think you get a lot of advantage by winning this matchup. You go straight into the winners finals, which means that you have longer of a break, plus more time to adjust to the live patch that we're going to be going into soon.
Oh, that is also true.
And you will also get you will also have some extra data on the other teams playing before you, which is very crucial oftentimes because we have such a big map pool. You might want to look into every single data on your opponent. Exactly. Knowing yourself, plus if you know your opponent, you will most likely to come up with a win, very likely.
Yeah, so especially with that map pool, I think it's going to be like even the most little of details, the smallest of details, like, hey, if this team kind of like is in a losing streak, like which map do they pick? Like for example, do they want to pick Midtown for hybrid? Do they want to get Eichenwald for hybrid? I think if there's a tendency in those kind of matches and that data, I think it's going to be very, very easier for the teams that are on the I guess upper bracket to prepare for that. So Yeah, a lot of stakes on this match. I want to talk about Heaven Sent a little bit.
Okay.
Again, a lot of the members are from the USA, so maybe they're on a little bit of ping. I am pretty sure that they are not like in the APAC region geographically.
Yeah, until we go into quantum world with maximum quantum CPU working everything with one less ping all over the globe, I think we do have to consider the ping goal slightly because there's that distance between some of the players. So we might have to look into that a little bit.
I assume that it is going to be something on the 160 to 200.
Yeah, if they're having a good day, maybe I'm assuming slightly less or around 100-ish. Which shouldn't matter.
I would doubt that it would go that low, though. But
I think it depends on where you actually are from the USA.
Yeah, that
if you're
is
in the
very
Western
true.
Coast, sometimes you get like 80 pings if you're lucky.
That
but
is
if you're in the
very
Eastern
true.
Coast, it's what you mentioned, like 130.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ish.
But again, I mean, judging by the first match, I don't think Heaven Sent gives a damn about the ping because they're just, steamrolling through their opposition. And we're having Ilios for the first time on control. We had Busan that was pre-selected for the first two matches. We're having Ilios. This is going to be a totally different map with totally different compositions. We see in the Overwatch League, we see a lot of Echo being played on the Ilios, especially on Lighthouse. And there's also a possibility of a sniper duel on Ruins. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup of clash of compositions. A lot more Orisa being featured. It's definitely interesting to see how the two teams kind of have the read on this.
I would love to see both teams throwing questions like, are you ready for this comp? Are you ready for this comp? Are you ready for this DPS tank? I would like to see lots of flops in between the maps, and not just in between the maps, in the map, actually changing up a lot.
We are starting with well here, so this is going to be also an Echo map. I'm very intrigued to see if these two teams are going to play the Echo because we haven't seen a single Echo play today.
We did once.
Oh,
and
we did.
I think so.
I lied.
It was very early on, so
my memory reset
few hours ago, and the rest of the matches actually went super fast. So Echo, totally possible.
Oh,
but
yeah, we
I
did.
think we see a lot less Echo compared to Summer because we have a lot of those hit scans, like a lot of Soldier, even Ilari. Not the most powerful against Echo, but still you can provide some more extra damage when you can have the distance.
Yeah, I also think it also has to do with the supports here because there's Echo in this current meta right now doesn't have a lot of, I guess, it's not in a position to get a lot of healing because if you think about the healing compositions that come out here, it's the Baptiste, it's the Ilari. I mean, if you can hit a flying Echo, airborne Echo with the Baptiste, you're a good Baptiste.
Yeah, also Ilari's this distance has to be short enough to actually have the healing.
It's kind of like the Zarya beam. So like if you're in full flight as an Echo, it's really hard to get any healing from the Ilari nor the Baptiste. So it's very hard, and right now some teams do go with the Echo Mercy to if you really have a good Echo player, but the question is it really worth it to invest both the Echo and the Mercy to just run that composition? Because right now there's a Soldier, there's the Sojourn.
There's a lot of hit scans.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of other good options on the DPS side as well. Even the Mei, even the Torbjorn, the Genji, all are better. I guess I would arguably say that those are better picks on the DPS side of things. So yes, like Echo is kind of like a map-dependent pick right now, but I don't think it's even worth it to go. I don't think it's that worth it to go a Echo Mercy composition here.
Yeah, likely we're going to see one Echo at least. I'm hoping from from either side. But if not, I think we can just roll with it because it's not the most common these days, not as much as compared to Summer. And the reason why we keep on mentioning about Echo and Team Com is because we're getting the game set up. It seems like we're taking some more time to get that ready set up.
Hey,
between
I'm
the two
happy
teams.
with boasting my knowledge.
Oh,
on
I know we have.
Overwatch.
Well, no, it's been a while. So we've been through a lot of patches. Oh, by the way, the patch notes, man. A lot of scrolls to go through every single month, and I'm a happy guy. I'm actually very happy about a lot more patches happening often.
So some of the patches were really effective. Some of them just like you don't even remember about it. But I'm just glad at the effort that the dev team is putting in to put in a lot
like
of
it.
changes. And also like we've talked about this, but remember last season we've seen just the Winston Sombra Tracer. This time we're seeing a lot more variety of choices. Yes, we're predominantly seeing the Junker Queen or the Orisa with the Soldier Torbjorn. However, it does not mean that other comps are not viable in in this meta right now. So I think it's a good thing. It's a very healthy thing for the game right now. And I'm sure a lot of the viewers and also you and I have played the game. It's a more fun experience to play at the game.
I do have to say I enjoy slightly more because just a few months ago I was just keeping my eyes on for EMP. EMP only, basically to initiate and basically finish the fight at that moment too. If you have like a 3-man, 4-man, a 5-man EMP sometimes, but it's not the same anymore. And I like it even more because of course the ultimates are very big into every single game, but it's slightly more about the poking and also the neutral fight. I can actually feel like I'm putting in a lot more damage just from every single shot.
Yeah,
I think I do feel like I'm being cared, and it does seem like that my skills matter even more.
Yeah, I mean, not that the Winston Sombra Tracer comp is bad. It's just that if it's like there every single game and there's no alternative to it, that's going to be the problem there. And also, like you said, G-Clef, the pace was a little bit slower compared to right now because you have to wait for the ults. Like, the ults actually matter more in the fights than right now, right? As compared to this, like you said, neutral fight kills the pokes. They have there's pick potential for each and every composition here. And the rush comp just basically, yeah, if you have ults, it's an easier fight. But also, like, if you're in everyone's face and you're just brawling, the ultimates just follow up as you fight. So it's a lot more pacier. So the bottom line is that in this meta right now, you can even fight when you can start fights when you don't have ults compared to the previous meta, right? Rather, you have to you have to bank up your ults and then use them to very effectively.
Well, my bottom line's a lot more simpler than Unknown, is that as a Hanzo main, it's good not to have Tracer, not to have Sombra on my back. That's all that matters.
Well, I guess one bad side for me for this meta is that Ana's not a thing for me.
That's right. I know you're a big Ana fan.
Yeah, I'm a big Ana Zenyatta main. I do have to pick up the Illari a little bit. I am starting on it. Just a little bit. I do need more playtime on it still. I mean, I'm still happy for the state of the game right now, and I'm just excited to see how the two better proven teams that of today are going against it and how they think about it.
Yeah, I'm actually very happy about because even for support, there are some slightly more aggressive support players and slightly less, more passive support players. Like Ana, slightly more passive, less mobility. But for like Laurie and a few other supports, you have a lot more mobility. Like Lucio, you can be aggressive in terms of positioning.
Question: Is Illari really a support?
Yes, she is.
I mean, yeah, no, look, the Pylon is the support, Illari's the DPS. That's my theory.
Pylon's on a very long cooldown, so...
Come on. But yeah, I mean, she is, classified as a support. I am not going to argue on that, however.
So yeah, I think maybe the balance patch will hit Illari once again, because it does seem like she's still, to me, just my personal opinion, that she's a little too powerful as a support.
I think I agree with that, but I also at the same time, it does not. It's not like Illari's going to be picked in every single composition.
Oh no!
So if she gets powered, if she gets tuned down a little bit, that means the poke comp with Illari Baptiste as a composition may lose a lot of power, so maybe not be viable at all. I'm not like here to speculate about patches, but I think she's in a great spot right now. So, interested to see how teams will be able to use that, because, like, it's not as dominant. She's a good pick. She's powerful, but not to the level that, like, being oppressive right now. If you're good, then you get rewarded for it. If you're bad, you get punished for it.
Yeah, also she's basically a hit scan too. So I thought initially after watching her release video, I thought she would be like a projectile, like a really fast projectile left click, but it's actually a hit scan. So that's why you can actually get those kills picked up which I do like her a lot. Just within I think less than about 30-40 hours played. But still, I'm loving her
Already?
a lot. Yes.
Oh my god.
It only took like
Hey.
not too many days.
Hey, here I am translating Overwatch League, casting.
Here I am at home playing Lari. It's like, oh, okay, this works. That doesn't work. Okay, I just died.
Well, I mean, playing the game and knowing how the game is also very important in casting, so I respect that. It does seem like we're taking a little bit of time to set up for the game. Hopefully it's not something that's game breaking. At least there weren't any progress in the game, so even if they have to reset the lobby or something like that, there's not.
We did go into the map though, right? Like loading screen. Into
yeah,
the
they
map.
went into the
Okay.
map, but their doors didn't open yet. So
Okay.
not like.
Okay, it seems like we are actually going to have like a re-lobby and the regame after everything is set up with the connection and everything. So before that, we'll take a short break, guys. 3 minutes. That's all you need. Grab some popcorn and come back in 3 minutes. See you soon. And guys, we are ready
Are we?
to go, I hope.
No.
At least we're back on camera, okay?
No, because I have the same in-ears, and I was like,
No,
I haven't heard anything.
Only the good inner mind people can listen
Okay.
to the intercoms.
Oh, they hate me. Production hates me.
You are not worthy enough.
Okay, well, let me stand back and look at the wall over there for a second.
Yeah, you can face the wall and cast on your
Okay.
back. Oh no, certainly, of course. It should be it should be ready real soon. If we have some more time to banter, we can just go ahead and do so. But these two teams, I'm pretty sure they want to get everything set up before we go in. As
Of course,
it is
it's
the
a
first map.
very important
And
map.
it is not Busan, it is Ilios. So,
Mhm.
and I do have to wonder if we are going to see some Echo, any other heroes flying in the air, or some more pokes coming out, as we have seen in a couple other maps. And it seems to me that a lot of the players right now, DPS, it's not Genji like fixed Genji. It does depend on the map, and also it also did see a lot of DPS actually responding. Okay, if you're having your own Genji, I will pull out my own Genji and also contest.
I think Genji should be kind of like the let's just say more comfortable pick here because it does do a lot of roles. Hey, we're back into the game. But coming back to the Genji, it's like you can both counter the Bastion because the I guess the deflect almost matches the cool time of the tank mode of the Bastion, and also if there's no Bastion on the other side, you can always just do the classic Genji dive onto the backline. So I think it's Genji is kind of like, you know, a good pick overall. There's also like Torbjorn, who's also having a lot of DP, had a lot of buffs, so it's really viable and has a lot of damage output. And so I think either way, it's totally fine. It looks like both teams are going with the Genji. I am assuming that Iron Front goes, yeah, there we go.
Oh, Widow from XP7 will be having some pokes.
Yeah, this is like one of the maps that a Widow is actually viable for, especially after the nerfs here, because the effective range, even if you have that headshot, there are a lot of angles where you can get that one-shot kill with the Widowmaker here.
So Heaven Sent actually dives all the way to get that Widow first, and then start a 4v5.
Well, but on the other hand, it's going to be a 3v4 on the other side, so there you go. Ruparaj taken down, but ClearCon takes care of Rui, and Zerzhan takes care of Speed 75. So first fight goes on the way of Heaven Sent, and it is going to be first cap for the side of Heaven Sent.
Yeah, it turns out Genji can move pretty fast back into your team.
What a surprise!
And also, yeah, that one deflect, yeah, from that Widow into her own headshot can also be painful.
XP7 kind of learned their launder's lesson here. This ain't it, and goes to match that Sojourn here. However, by changing the composition here, he will be very behind on that overclock, which might hurt them in the end.
Yep, the percentage certainly much lower, actually. About half only filled in.
Ooh, good knife from ClearCon there. Puts pressure on Rui, but the sustain is there. So, wow, it looks like it is going to be a stalemate until either side gets
75
ults, but no! Iron takes care of Speed 75 and takes him out of the picture, so it's going to be a fight in favor of Heaven Sent, and that is more so after Overshield is taken down. So, 4EF has to reset.
Yeah, Rui does get the kill eventually. Oh, actually a 2. Yeah, even using Rampage early on. Wonder if that's going to be working alone. Okay, still alive. Speed75 going to fight.
Oh man, this is a scrappy fight on both sides. At first I thought Rui was wasting his ult because there were a man down. However, the Rampage did work out, and it actually ended up Heaven Sent wasting their Kitsune Rush, because Kitsune Rush was casted like almost after 2 members of their team went down, and it didn't have any value.
So, this woke up. This is a rush from Berlin going down. There's a barrier to keep the members alive, but not for long.
Okay, trading kills all around. However, right now, Heaven Sent is having the upper numbers advantage here. The sustain from the Sound Bearer is more than enough to win that fight for Heaven Sent, and is almost going to be final fight territory.
Yeah, already losing one before that barrier.
Oh, that is a
having a better
stagger.
moment.
That's going to be even more time delay for the side of 4i Freaks. This is going to be absolutely final fight territory, and only the overclock going to be online on the side of 4i Freaks, whereas Heaven Sent is having the Dragon Blade up, only one ult.
XP7 dangerous.
Oh, XP7 is down, and Ironbound takes that Dragon Blade, so it is going to be damage, a lot of World of Hurt on the
Rui
side.
on point, no Rampage available this time, as Jungle Queen's the only one on point, taken down, and overtime in 1. 0.
So Ruins on the side of Heaven Sent. I think that was a little bit of a mismatch on the composition with that Widow over there. I think Four Eyed Freaks kind of lost about like 20% on the point after, just the Widow dying and then having to go back and switch again.
You check out the new Atlanta
Well, I
barrel?
mean, just as I expected, Heaven Sent is being very proactive. Whether or not you have the ult advantage, they are always trying to pull up this. They're stepping on the gas. They're making sure that Four Eyed Freaks are not going to have any sort of organized team fight.
Yeah, even that was the case. I think Four Eyed Freaks still pulled out some amazing moments, especially really on their Junker Queen. We saw
That rampage was impressive.
Yeah, Rui's ability to actually read the battlefield, to keep the point alive, along with teammates joining him real soon.
Okay, this is going to be well here. We are seeing that echo that we've expected here, and we've seen a little bit of a different of a curveball from Heaven Sent. We see the Diva, which is usually which is not that much of a surprising pick because Diva was very often used on the side.
Genji take it down early. As Diva is certainly stronger after a few patches. Oh, what a shot from
Good
NC7!
shot. Check his computer. I need him. I need everyone to
that
check
was
his
a
computer.
beautiful shot. Echo was actually going very aggressive, close to him, so 4EF might actually turn this one around soon.
But despite the best efforts of XP7, the point is on the side of Heaven Sent. So they also have positional advantage here. Rui
Slowly
taking
coming
down
back.
that pylon, but Genji taking down Speed 75 is not having a fun time at the third match here.
The beam is here. XP7. And Kiriko actually jumps along with it.
Berlin!
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, Berlin TP to save XP7 only to result in a buy one, get one free for Zersan here, excuse me. And Heaven Sent is keeping on the aggression here. They have positional advantage. Like you see here, they are very positioned forward, and the Diva is there to prevent any sort of maneuver from Four Eyed Freaks here.
And keeping them at bay, still keeping them around the room, forcing Four Eyed Freaks to really make that rotation towards the big room all the time.
And
Taking down the pylon is always the first thing.
yeah, because the pylon healing output is really, really high. And as you can see, Four Eyed Freaks just made some, I guess, wholesale changes to their composition. They have the Ashe, they match the Echo, and they have the Orisa. Oh, but it looks like it's not gonna work.
Okay, backline support's down for Heaven Sent, but Four Eyed Freaks lost their
XP7
DPSs.
down to that self-destruct.
And the Echo copy. You keep it up. There are some heavy lifting. Orisa right in front of your face.
But the thing is that Heaven Sent does not have a tank yet, but they're trying to use their ultimates to their advantage so that they don't care. Diva is back, but this is a scrappy fight all around. However, I don't think Berlin even managed to fire that Captive Sun, and it's already, oh my god. Wow, this was a scrappy fight all around and well, but in the end,
Wow.
first fight went to the side of Heaven Sent. We don't even know.
I'm actually quite bamboozled here as that was, I thought, at least once in the middle of the fight. The point should have went to Four Eyed Freaks because they had a lot of room. They had moments where it was supposed to be for at least 10 seconds of 3v5. But still, somehow, Heaven Sent, they were able to keep it up with that much sustain. With no sustain, by the way. Both of the supports were gone initially. But blocking all that damage and keeping them away from the point, no capture back into Four Eyed Freaks. Wonder what happened exactly
Yeah,
there.
I think we need to look at a little bit of footage back there to see what happened because there were action happening all around. Like every time, it was sometimes hard to keep up with what was going on. However, like if you can see the trend, I think the basic trends was that it wasn't this fight. At least the last round on Well wasn't about like, hey, who was the more organized team fight. It was just like small scale skirmishes all around. I think it was a bit of a mechanical prowess battle, and then Heaven Sent was a little bit better.
Yep. And I think with that score 2-0, we are done with Ilias. We're moving into the next map. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, map number 2. Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is Fall Series APAC winners match of day number 1. So far, 1-0 for Heavenly Sent. And let's see if they can continue on that, because Four-Eyed Freaks, oh man, there were some moments where I could actually feel, okay, this is the moment to press and actually go into the field and take that advantage and take the points away. But it seemed like they were very hesitant on their movement.
I would rather. I don't think. Yes, maybe, but I don't think that they were hesitant. It's just that Heaven Sent didn't give them a chance to, because they were making so much of a chaos that they didn't even give Four-Eyed Freaks a opportunity to make an informed decision. Because even not at first point of view, even as like we were looking at the observer's point of view, this game was really hard to catch up. And I think this must have been the same with Four-Eyed Freaks as well, because they need to assess the situation. They need to decide on which ults or which kind of abilities you want to use, and then you have a planned fight. And then that just didn't happen because Heaven Sent didn't give them the opportunity. They were always on the action. They were always on the forefront. They were always doing something, forcing Four-Eyed Freaks to a counteraction, which they weren't ready to.
That should be some change. There should be some changes for EF. Yeah, knowing that, that's the idea.
Oh dear, is this the Junkrat?
I do like the Junkrat.
Yes, only for point A though. Because point A has very, very narrow corridors that it's, I guess, the Junkrat is viable for.
Yeah, you can just shoot at the wall and it will hit the target oftentimes.
Pretty much, but yeah. So again,
And there are a lot of angles for the Riptire
Exactly.
to come around and to just blow up and do multiple damage at once.
Also, it's interesting to see that even Heaven Sent also goes to the Sigma on the defense. I think this is going to be a thing for the APAC teams competing. I don't think that this is going away for a while. And also, we are seeing the Ana coming back. We've actually Heaven Sent also used Ana on the previous match as well. So this is something that they've been practicing definitely.
Zeru ready on point right next to the stairs.
Riot Freaks, on the other hand, are going full poke, and that is the assassination on there. The Speed 75 did not see that coming.
Not able to handle the firepower. Well, it's not immediate, but once you're right next to the Junkrat, you just can't dodge.
The thing about the poke is that you are out of their range, and then you can do just damage when they can't. But Heaven Sent, that assassination over there was like, hey, you did not expect me to be this close to you. And they are, this is, I think, going to be a stagger kill. Or, okay, they managed to survive. But for Riot Freaks, they are swapping a little bit. They are matching the Sigma. But this means that the Gravitic Flux is going to be at a massive disadvantage for the side of Riot Freaks. And also the Sigma is
Another kill!
Oh, and another over there, and is that going to be a third?
Not even contested. I don't think anyone saw Junkrat coming from the side again.
Oh, this is disastrous for the side of Riot Freaks here. And not only that,
Yeah,
like,
this alleyway is just sandwiched from Heaven Sent.
And to just kind of elaborate on the Sigma matchup here, we've been talking about who can break the other Sigma's barrier first. Junkrat is very, very has a high expertise of breaking Sigma shields.
And it's also easy. It's also very easy. Oh, ready with the trap once again. But before that,
They might not even need it because the Gravitic Flux takes down Overshake, and also Speed 75 falls with that. Riot Freaks has to reset once again. The only bright side is that they are approaching 5 ultimates. Oh, but XP7, what are you thinking about there, buddy?
do something. They need to do
Maybe
more than something.
No, I do have an explanation for that. Maybe XP7 wants to swap. Yes.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah, so the Widow. That makes a little bit of sense because if you're kind of held up this bad, then like you just rather just gamble on a headshot because if you believe in your aim, yeah, like that. So if you can just take out like a single member, then that's your break. That's your opening to get that point. So Riot Freaks taking a lot of ultimates. Already 3 ultimates expended. However, a lot of members down on the side of Riot Freaks, and they have to reset once again. It's the timer is at sub 1 minute here.
So now getting some tick as Rue is on the point, but all the members going back to kill that.
This is going to be a stagger kill. Oh no! That Gravitic Flux is gone!
You actually
that was the only ult left for Riot Freaks, and then it's gone!
I can't believe it. I guess, but you still have 40 seconds.
And it's not even a swap.
Or maybe it was just a fat finger at the moment. I don't exactly know what happened there, but that shouldn't have happened for the team. As that will now.
This is not looking good for Riot Freaks here. And again, Junkrat is on the same spot for the assassination.
A surveillance camera, Junkrat.
A surveillance camera that can kill people.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Oh, Overshake is down again. And here.
And the Torbjorn is doing nothing on the point.
Well,
just keeping up with the turret.
This is
that's it.
This is violent from Heaven Sent here. Make this a rated R show. G-Clef.
No,
this
we can't.
is
Overwatch
not
is not rated
recommended
R.
for children.
It is. Overwatch is not rated R, but what we have seen from Heaven Sent, and guys, you have to be careful when you're playing with fireworks. Explosives can be deadly. As it is always written on the fireworks, do not hold in your hand.
Oh, this Junkrat. Yeah, I don't think Riot Freaks was expecting the Junkrat at all because the Junkrat is, well, just blasting away 4-eyed Freaks here, and 4-eyed Freaks evidently cannot cope with them.
As
Are you and Roadhog together?
that seemed like a very tough job. And there were moments where individual players from 4-eyed Freaks, you could kind of tell they're kind of tilted at the moment, saying, okay, this isn't working, that isn't working, number 3, 4, 5 isn't working. Guys, can we communicate? And then you, on top of that, you end up making some mistakes of pressing that big button.
I mean, XP7 I can understand because you are about to swap out the Ashe anyways, but getting that Gravitic Flux right before you die,
Yeah, that was painful.
that was a little bit, I think that's a sign of a little bit of signs of mental boom on the side of 4-eyed Freaks here.
There has to be a way of comeback, but you do have to full hold.
Oh my
now.
god, we have the Junkrat again and the Life Weaver. I think this is the first time that we're seeing Life Weaver being played on Fall Series here on the side of APAC.
Not just the pool Widow.
Yes, there is no Widow on this team right now.
Oh my god. I thought Life Weaver has one job in Overwatch.
Well, I mean, hey, this is New York. This is Midtown New York. You have a lot of part-time jobs here. I do have questions about, I do have doubts about the attack Junkrat here. So, and I don't think this is working as well. Yeah, so, yes, good job swapping to the Sojourn here. This makes a lot more sense in terms of compositions. They are running to the Rhine Rush here. It looks like they want to just, outmaneuver 4-eyed Freaks with the TP onto the point. And we are... Okay, that was a short Life Weaver term. Ooh!
XP7!
Good shot! I mean, that was a headshot, but due to Widowmaker nerves, it wasn't a confirmed kill. But, I mean, you can always kill if you have 2 headshots. No, 2 shots.
But let's see what they can do this time with the Reinhardt.
I'm definitely thinking that they want to go to main instead of the subway here. Or they don't, because I think the TP is much more effective on the point. Maybe the infra site is on
Push
by
a little more.
XP7, so they know where Heaven Sent is and where they're going. The barrier broken from Cleargun, and the TP onto the point.
Okay,
Gravitic
2
Flux
kills
is
already.
there. The Gravitic Flux is a lot of value. Everyone is wiped out from the side of Heaven Sent. Heaven Sent has to go back to the spawn room.
Yeah, even Reinhardt shield is not enough to go up against that much DPS, as there is still Hanzo from 40F. Might be... I thought they were going to change it back up to more of a normal original comp, but it seems like their Kun wants to gather up that Earth Shatter.
Well, this composition does make sense because
teleport.
like a single TP can make the difference here. I think this is what they're trying to do. They're onto that small room, and the window.
Window's up and she's dead.
Window's up, yeah, but oh,
Another
good shot from XP7. This is going to deny that push from Heaven Sent again, and this time.
Bastion with 3 kills.
Wait a second.
Yeah, but that's just going to be it.
Yeah, so 4-eyed Freaks, although they lose XP7, XP7 already had 2 kills on Heaven Sent, and now it is Heaven Sent's turn to be on the panicking side because there is less than 1 minute on the time bank right now. Yes, a lot of ults are going to be online for Heaven Sent. However, 4-eyed
Iron back on Genji, and Earth Shatter for the kill.
Oh, this is gonna be it.
And we thought there might not be enough time, but 4EF contesting a little bit, but that is going to be the end. Wow, and we have a 2-0 lead now. We're having sent. They were having some troubling moments, but it mainly came down from experimental team comps, I'd say.
I think, yeah, they kind of, I don't know what they were thinking when they wanted to do the attack Junkrat and the Life Weaver. And XP7 on that Widow showed some impressive mechanics
Mm-hmm.
on taking those headshots. And despite XP7's best efforts, I think actually it was a pretty good defense on the side of Four-Eyed Freaks. However, they made so little progress on their attack side that just like even a single ult push was enough for the side of Heaven Sent to secure them the win. I think if Four-Eyed Freaks was able to cap A and have a decent push on point B, I think they might even had a chance to win this fight, win this map as well. But because they got obliterated by the defense Junkrat over there, they made a little more than a single tick, and I think that was unfortunate.
It was pure destruction in the first half,
Mm-hmm.
as there were, I can't even recall attempts. I guess Rui standing on the point for the first tick was basically the only thing that I could kind of remember in the first half, and nothing else really working out, as the fight usually was already like 4v5.
Yeah,
those Junkrat
I
kills.
don't think that Heaven Sent allowed Four-Eyed Freaks to just, this is like the trend for the entire match right now, even including Ilios here. They were not giving Four-Eyed Freaks a chance to get an organized fight. So usually when teams fight, right, they plan. So they plan, hey, we have this ult, they have that ult, so we're gonna plan this, so we're gonna fight like this, and then hopefully we win. But Heaven Sent just pulls the aggression before they can even do that.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually come back here, as it is 0-2 for Four-Eyed Freaks, as Heaven Sent on a lead again. And when we come back for map number 3, it will be Flashpoint. So, guys, take a small break and grab some drinks, as we will go into that map number 3. So Heaven Sent up 2-0 in this series so far. We might just have another 3-0 happening at this rate. I mean, Fortnite Freaks, they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Maybe that 3 minute was not enough. We'll see if that was enough for them to actually go into Flashpoint and turn things around on the other side. Any updates?
I think they definitely need to figure out how they're going to do with the skirmishes here, because right now, as I'm keeping mentioning again, Heaven Sent is not allowing Fortnite Freaks to give them a chance to have an organized team fight. So, and they're being very aggressive here. They're starting fights whenever at the smallest window of opportunity. So, and right now, Four-Eyed Freaks are not being able to cope with the speed for Heaven Sent here. So they need to find a plan. Either they have to find a safe way to disengage, or they have to match the skirmishes and beat Heaven Sent on their own game. And New Junk City is going to be the next map, Flashpoint, as it has been announced earlier in the match. However, this is a perfect map for Heaven Sent to start, just small skirmishes. So Four-Eyed Freaks really need to find an answer to this.
Can they have an answer? As Heavenly Sent, they actually have Ayako now as a Lucio on the screen.
Yeah, right now it seems that Ayako is going to be the main Lucio player for this team. And we've mentioned this multiple times now, but speed is key to this map type, because you need to move around points really quickly. And by the hovers right now, it looks like Four-Eyed Freaks is also going with the Junker Queen speed comp as well, but we are experiencing a brief pause. I think Zero-san is a little bit working on his connection, because he didn't hover anything right now. I want to do this now too.
Too late.
Hey, you didn't give me
Too
the
late.
call. You need to give me the heads up here.
Too late. Only the professionals of professionals can do the camera pose.
Okay,
There's a transition.
I have much to learn.
No, but before, it's good to have pause, not in the middle of the game before the gates open. I'm pretty sure that will be resolved real soon with the connection. But as you have mentioned, Lucio seems to be the key, one of the most big key, keeping up the speed. Sometimes bringing back your DPS or tank that goes down even before the fight. But Flashpoint can be hard because in terms of professionals, you actually communicate and talk to your teammates which way you want to move. But in our regular games, the team spread all over the place every single time.
Exactly. So
this is
I think this is more. I think this is a better experience for those who play team games rather than individual ranked games. But it's still a fun mode to play.
It is. I love it. I actually love it so much.
And here we go. Like we've also mentioned earlier, the first point is always going to be at the center of the map arena. Both teams use TP, so there will be arriving at very similar speeds here, almost at the same time. And Heaven Sent getting their health bars a little chunked out because of XP7 firepower here. And this is also I think Four-Eyed Freaks won the composition gamble here, because I think I also mentioned this before, but Kiriko and Lucio is not enough healing to deal with XP7. However, the snipe is going to be very efficient here on taking down the members of Four-Eyed Freaks. And despite the comp mismatch here, Heaven Sent is going to be the one that actually wins the first fight and takes point A.
And the chain of kills coming from Genji and Zero-san just keeping it up. As for EF, they did lose, I believe, the early Lucio. Kiriko actually had a response of a headshot kill. So knowing that there's less of a sustain, had some really good kills. Another one from Berlin. Early loss. 4v5 here.
It's already 4v5, and Heaven Sent, they close the distance, and this is going to be an advantageous fight for the side of Heaven Sent. Because you sacrifice, because if you look at the comp of Four-Eyed Freaks here, yes, they're now changing to match the mirror match here. However, if you, Zero-san again taking down his Sojourn counterpart, is already an advantage fight, a numbers advantage again
Four-Eyed Freaks does not have the time to regroup, yet Berlin uses the window. However, it is not going to be enough because the DPS is not going to be there.
That's the power of Sojourn, guys. And if you can land that power hit, yeah, you can just create your a lot more advantageous moments. As for EF this time, will be coming back near the point at least to contest 99%.
However, this is not looking good for
lost
the
XP7
side of
again.
Four-Eyed Freaks. Ayako taking down over Shake, and it is 3v5.
Sound barrier just for Ayako to keep himself alive.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. Speed 75.
Heaven Sent absolutely needs to win this fight because they already expended the sound barrier.
0 HP.
And that is going to be it for point number 1 here. And second point is going to be Junkyard. And XP7 is going to be there first. However, a lot of the members of Heaven Sent are going to be there first. So XP7 has to be careful not to get picked here.
And Cassidy, he's going to be the pick, taking some damage from, I believe, Soldier and some pokes coming out from Genji. But here's Clear Kun from the side.
Wait, that was a great play from XP7 here. The sound barrier and the rampage there. XP7, everyone on the side of Heaven Sent taking down. I really want to mention this play because XP7 denied Clear's rampage with that grenade here, because the grenade status effect is hindered, so you can't move, and that also denies the rampage dash as well.
Yeah, that's exactly the moment as Cassidy.
Speed 75, this time
continuing.
Four-Eyed Freaks on the aggression here.
As we dash through the air into some extra kills of Dragon Blade. A pause happens.
Well, I mean, this is the first time that we're actually having a pause mid team fight, so I really hope that is not something like a big issue. But yeah, right now, Four-Eyed Freaks looking like they found their groove after they give up point 1, after they give up point Arena. I had initial doubts about the Cassidy pick from XP7, but wow, he proved why
already.
Yeah, he proved why he picked the Cassidy by denying that rampage, and I think it was a really good angle for Clear Kun to to get that rampage on multiple members, and I think that was the difference that made the fight. Yes, they had to expend the sound barrier. Yes, they had to use other ultimates as well. However, they got the first win, and despite being at the point later than for Heaven Sent, Four-Eyed Freaks made that cap happen, and right now it looks like they're the ones that are pulling the early aggressions now because the Dragon Blade was pulled up first.
Yeah, it almost seems like that Clear competition was totally being read by the opponent, as those attempts from the side angle was also attempted in the previous match.
Now it's going to be very important for the side of Four-Eyed Freaks now because Heaven Sent has their own Dragon Blade, and I don't think Four-Eyed Freaks has any defensive measures to counter that. Yes, they have. Oh, we're going with the classic Jotes meta because we are seeing a Lucio Brig in play.
Yeah, to keep Cassidy alive, you need to have some extra safety protection.
So this is good long-term sustain, but also at the same time they have very little burst sustain. So they have to be very careful here.
As now Heaven Sent taking the point for the first time. Here is that blade. Oh, actually, stop right in the middle.
Oh,
I knew.
Deny taking that.
Yeah, pretty good kill picked up on Sojourn. Now, along with that Dragon Blade, Heaven Sent actually.
So, I mean, Heaven Sent used their Dragon Blade, but at the same time, I think Four-Eyed Freaks really played that really well because they traded one ult each, and then they won the fight and also won the point. But if you look at the value of the ultimates, like Dragon Blade is usually considered a higher value ultimate than the Deadeye. So I think well done to Four-Eyed Freaks. Next point is going to be Refinery. However, due to the spawn being closer, Heaven Sent is having a lot more positional advantage than Four-Eyed Freaks. Four-Eyed Freaks has to break the defense lines to contest the point.
So first one in, opening. Unlocks in a second. 4-Eyed Freaks not getting into
ultimates
position.
on the side of 4-Eyed Freaks. The sound barrier needs to be completed quickly.
Here's a pretty good rampage from Rui. And a few more members picked up on the side from FP7, Speed 75, along with that. Picking it up, Clear Kun. Not going to press it this time, Heaven Sent. Willing to let go of the point after 22%.
Yeah, so again, this is a very important win for 4-Eyed Freaks right now because I mentioned this before, but Overshake did not have sound barrier, now approaching sound barrier. So now even if Heaven Sent even if Clearcon uses the Rampage, 4-Eyed Freaks has a defensive measure. The question now here is going to be, after Ayako has the sound barrier of their own, they will have more sustain because they are likely to bait out the sound barrier with the Rampage, and they have that sustained advantage.
It's in a rush. Oh yeah, with the sound barrier coming back into the point.
They didn't... Heaven Sent didn't even need the Rampage to bait out the sound barrier, just their own sound barrier traded out. Ayako taking down XP7, that is a lot of source of damage out denied from 4-Eyed Freaks. Berlin taken out as well. I think this fight is just going to the side of Heaven Sent.
Yeah, along with that extra push, Overshake, you had to be forced to use that barrier early on, which gave a lot more room for Ayako to have the
stagger
response.
kills very, very important at this stage of the fight because it is 77%. Can 4-Eyed Freaks even contest for Refinery here?
Yeah, they still have ways away to come back into the point. That's why this much pressure is being set.
Heaven Sent doesn't want any contention of their own. I think 4-Eyed Freaks is just giving up point Refinery, and it is going to be map point for the side of Heaven Sent. Potentially last point is going to be bomb flat, and like spawn point is even in favor of Heaven Sent here. This is unfortunate for 4-Eyed Freaks.
Yes, as 4-Eyed Freaks, they still have to travel slightly further. This time there's an early rampage on the 2 DPSs.
Aggression on, but it is countered by the sound barrier. Deadeye does not have any value. Speed 75, they need to win this fight because they are investing a lot of ultimates here, and they are reaping their rewards. Yes, Sarazan is answering with the overclock. However, no kills so far. It looks like 4-Eyed Freaks is starting this fight with a numbers advantage
Yeah,
here.
even just has to parse light away. Get through the rampage. The extra barrier actually kept both of their DPS alive. Yeah, pretty good catch and protection coming from the back line, and also Rui stealing some attention away from Genji and Sojourn. Heaven Sent this time was able to use some ultimates, not really having the expensive casualty at their
Heaven
end.
Sent, if they want to win, they have to pull the trigger now because this is the time, this is the small window where they have the Dragon Blade, but 4-Eyed Freaks does not have the sound barrier. Overshake taken down before the sound barrier is online. That is their cue. However, Iron Barb is down on 4-Eyed Freaks. Wow, they are on a different level right now. Where has this 4-Eyed Freaks been for the last 2 maps?
Finally on point here, as we will be matching 2-2 very likely with 0% Heaven Sent. That Kiriko ult gone. Sound barrier coming online for both Lucios. But Speed 75 has been winning that Genji
I don't
duel
think Heaven Sent can
slightly
even
more.
contest. This is going all the distance. Oh, they can
They might
contest.
try with the barrier plus the Genji blade.
But there is
Here
that
it is.
sound barrier to counter, and Iron Barb
timing.
has to use the deflect. Okay, but at least takes out Berlin. Oh, Speed 75 is down as well.
That's a few more. And Clearcon still has that rampage available, and this might be, and it is going to be a capture point for, not yet, at 99% for EF.
Yeah, so 4-Eyed Freaks, if they win a single fight, they will be able to take bomb flats on their favor. However, Heaven Sent has that rampage, and you can see from the previous matches and maps here that Heaven Sent, even though if you're at a ult disadvantage, they are a team that will pull the trigger, even if you're at an ult disadvantage here.
And going back to Ash, pushing that forward towards the line.
There is that rampage, didn't hit anyone, but still Overshake is down.
Dragon
Speed
Blade.
75 pulls out the Dragon Blade. They know that this fight is going to be the
Can't
crucial
find
fight,
anyone!
but can't find anyone. No one at all. And Heaven Sent, their gamble is rewarded, and now it is again.
Oh man, that was Deadeye plus Genji Blade.
And I don't.
And a longer respawn back from 4EF.
And they have to make a desperation touch here because it's
8%.
90%. This is, remember, this is match point for
4%. Lucio can't come back into the point.
No!
And that is it. 3-1 score.
That bump flat looked like it was destined to go the way to Four Eyed Freaks, and Four Eyed Freaks looked like they were actually getting better on the team fights. However, the last gamble, yes, I don't think the ClearCon's Rampage had a lot of value, but still they were able to manage to make a lot the team fight happen. And oh dear, the Dragon Blade from Speed 75 did not find anyone. That was tragic for the side of Four Eyed Freaks.
Yeah,
And
moment he striked into that pillar, I could feel the frustration from Speed 75. It's like, oh no, this is not the angle I should have used that movement into. Yeah, that was the only chance of having the team fight back into Four Eyed Freaks, but without that, well, it's Heaven Sent, and they can make some miracles work even after a 0.99.
yeah, Heaven Sent, credit to Heaven Sent, because all match long they have been very aggressive. They have been they have been playing very high tempo. Again, like, yes, I don't think this is a team that is lacking in teamfight skills, but they're making these kind of situations where you don't even need a team fight because you are catching people off guard. You are starting fights before the opposition is even prepared for a fight. So this kind of tempo is something, again, the experience that comes from these players are very, very valuable. These are the players that have been playing against Overwatch League teams and the Pro-Ams on the Contenders NA side, and these players also have been playing multiple seasons of Contenders. So I guess this is the victory of experience.
Yeah, also it seems like they have just adjusted into the meta totally fine, as they didn't really have a long of a break coming into APAC. And
Player of the match, Zerasan.
it has to be this Junkrat moment. Absolutely fantastic for the team, and absolutely devastating for 4EF too, because you're so focused onto the main, looking at the point, but
Oh, that was dirty. I mean, yes, we do see a little bit of Junkrat, but usually when you see Junkrat, you expect it on maps like Lijiang Tower Control Center or something like that. I did not wake up to expect that we would have like a Junkrat game on Midtown out of all maps. And not only just the Junkrat, Zerasan was impactful in a lot of other heroes as well. Like, he was one of the main parts that started the aggression with ClearCon and kind of caught Four Eyed Freaks off their balance.
also having a lot of great moments from Sojourn. That power hit just landing on the right body almost every time.
I mean, XP7 had a good time on his scan roll as well, but I think on like a more team perspective, I think Zerasan kind of set up the team a lot more for success, and credit to them because they are on the winners finals now.
Yep, now they'll be playing in 2 weeks, waiting for the team to come up from the other side for that winners finals. 3-0s all over the board tonight as we kick things pretty hot, as the other team only having some points on those maps. It wasn't like a total perfect 3-0, but still, we do end up with that 0-3-3-0 and a 0-3. Heaven Sent with 2 3-0s already looks very promising into the tournament.
Yeah, a day of 3 Overwatches, and like you said, G-Club, Heaven Sent is on a roll right now. It looks like, from what I'm seeing right now, I think the only team that I can match Heaven Sent looks like to be Varel on the other side of the bracket.
Side, so it works out perfectly in a lot of ways.
Exactly. So I'm definitely, I mean, no disrespect to Fade or DAF or NGUK. It looks like Varel's going to be the favorites for the other side of the bracket. And like you said, in 2 weeks, whoever, maybe it can be some other team, but Varel, Fade, DAF, NGUK are going to have to work their way and go against Heaven Sent. That's it's going to be a tall task though.
Yeah, that lower bracket matches will be some really intense battles. I can already feel that happening. And 4EF going down all the way, and this is going to be tomorrow's schedule. The 4 other teams that we did not get to see today. Vero missing an L there, but still. Versus Fade, that versus NGUK. Some great teams that did not get to play. Exactly the reason why you have to come back tomorrow and watch these fantastic teams put on some display of some fantastic Overwatch.
Exactly, and also, just to kind of, pull a prank here, I know what you guys all are here for. You want those skins.
Exactly.
Tomorrow, we will have the other opportunities for that skins. And also, you will have to have the agony of dealing with me and G-Clef. However, you will have those skins.
Well, I can't be fully agreeing on that. but still, I'm actually very, very interested to see, because Vero seems to be the favorite, but also DAF seemed very, very, very strong from the open. So we'll see how they actually do, especially on we've seen some from the other side, again repeating what I said before, especially on Flashpoint, because that's in the middle. That always has to be played, even if it's a 3-0. So things can flip all the time. We've seen some moments from 4EF, excuse me. They were almost able to pull it out. There were moments, okay, maybe they can flip this against Heaven Sent, and it seemed like Flashpoint can be the map where you can flip it and have a reverse sweep, because it's one of the longer map where you can just win multiple. It feels like you're winning multiple control maps in just one.
Yeah, and also Flashpoint is kind of like you have to prepare it differently from other maps. So I think if you, if some teams might kind of like practice it a little bit less, because you and on a practice perspective, efficiency perspective, you can always kind of give up a map just for getting other 3 maps, right? So maybe for for the, I guess, weaker teams on the power level side, they will be using that as an opportunity to get that win over and get that momentum going against the stronger teams. And I think for White Freaks here, I don't necessarily think they did bad, although this was a 3-0. It was a little bit closer, maybe, except that Midtown was a disaster for White Freaks. However, for the other maps, I think it was fairly close. Maybe it just didn't show because at 99 degrees Celsius, you don't see the water boiling. They just lack that 1 or 2 degrees for that water to boil. And I think as maybe the lower bracket run, because since they have more matches, might be enough for them to actually get that temperature going.
Nice. We're bringing some science here, too. And also, so for 6 below and Invincible, it's not over for them. They're actually going in the lower bracket. They can still climb back up all the way to the grand finals. So things are still in the air. Anything is still possible for Overwatch Contenders Fall Series APAC here. It is only day 1, and I fully enjoyed it already.
Of course.
Unknown coming back into APAC. Of course, this won't be the only. As you go through APAC, and soon Korea will also be open next week. So very exciting time for Fall Series.
So for Overwatch fans, let me just do some self-PR here. I'm going to be here for Contenders APAC. I'm going to be here for Contenders Korea.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to be here for Overwatch League interview translations as well. And also, of course, we have some other caster duos, some fantastic duos ready for, also the other parts of the tournament as well. We have Lafon, we have Possible, we have Papadaka, we have Opar here. So, I mean,
root for all of us. All the caster duos, we're always loving Overwatch.
And they all have their own strengths, and they have all those are very experienced. They have been here for, some of them have been here for years and years, and they have their own, I guess, let's just say charm. So keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, charm plus their strength as the duo casters. There's different chemistry, but you gotta love them all.
Yeah, exactly. I love them all. I love all of them. I mean, before I even started casting, I've been fans. I mean, yeah.
I almost thought you said Kiss, but I guess not.
No. Before I even started casting, some of those casters you were there before I started casting, so I was a big fan. It's an honor to be a part of the team here, and yeah, I'm just excited for what's coming up.
Yeah, no, it's only been day number 1. Too bad it all had to be 0-3 through 3 zeros, but still, kicking in really hot. Loving the new meta with a lot of the different heroes coming back on. Always been a pretty big Torbjorn fan. Even since Overwatch 1, the beginning
So okay,
days.
you're a Hanzo fan and a Torbjorn fan. Okay, look, let me
I
put
love
you
the-
in the.
I don't play Torbjorn. I like Torbjorn because it's to the turret, and Torbjorn is an easy target to hit as a Hanzo main.
Okay.
Okay. So in the other, it's easier to kill. That's what I mean as a Torbjorn fan.
Okay. Well, what?
Hanzo main,
what a
Torbjorn fan
strange
because I
reason
can
to be
kill
a
easy.
fan, but okay, I'll take it.
Torbjorn, of course, she can't really like sprint or like move away or fly in the air, so it's an easy target. Like turrets just standing there in one place, easy target for the arrows all the time. I mean,
All right. I mean,
that's
I'll leave the decisions to you,
that's
chat.
the brain of a Hanzo player. Okay.
Oh man. Remember to put avoid from team.
Oh yeah. But
No,
I'm
just
playing.
joking, no.
I'm playing Liari most of the time these days, so it's okay.
I mean, I'm just joking here. I love playing with you, so no worries on that.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for our day number 1 for Fall Series 8-pack Overwatch Contenders. Make sure to come back for day number 2, where we have all the other 4 teams being played for the 3 matches and also the winners between those 4 teams. So thanks for tuning in for today. See you guys all tomorrow for more Fall Series 8-pack.